no sleeves going on today, man.
Hey,
no sleeves on KC today, man.
It's Sleeveless Wednesday. We up in that female demographic. You know what it is. You know what it is, baby.
Sleeveless Wednesday.
Sleeveless Wednesday. Let's get it in. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse about to Hulk up in the studio right now. Let's go.
We got a little art back there. You know what I'm saying? We got a little art back there.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, of course, Jazz probably placed the call like, hey, Ben, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah. Well, you know,
this ain't gonna work, man. I'm gonna need you here.
She called her connect. That's not even our connect. That's her connect now.
Yeah, right.
And, you know,
she said, I'm gonna need you here now.
now.
I don't give a damn how bad the traffic is.
Oh,
get your ass over here now.
The director, she wants, you know, we flagged up out here. You
know excuse me.
Flagged up out here, man. You know
dude, Jazz is vengeful, dude. Jazz is vengeful, man. Whatever.
He says you're vengeful.
Jazz is vengeful.
He says very.
She was like, go ahead. Jazz, we got 3 minutes. Jazz legit said, go ahead, keep talking shit. Watch. Go ahead, keep talking. Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Keep talking.
She a little bulldog. All right,
Jazz.
But she can't do nothing with no sleeves. Wednesday.
Yeah, Jazz. What's up? Yeah, you got sleeves on, Jazz? You got sleeves on?
Got sleeves on.
All right,
and
then.
We don't. No. All right, then. Wednesday. Everybody join us. Jesse's joined us in the studio.
Everybody rip your sleeves off.
Everybody out there, rip off your sleeves to your freaking wrist.
Sun's out, guns out. Let's get it in. Yeah, look at that. You see that? David, see what's up? Like, yeah, he got artwork bottles back there. I see a couple of bottles of bamboo.
No, hold on. I got him second.
Okay. I actually don't believe this anymore. I believe he dropped yours off first and was like, hey, let's give D-Lo a W. Let's just chill. Give D-Lo a win.
I got him second. I'm second. I hadn't even tasted the bamboo cream yet.
Oh,
he has.
Good thing you haven't, boy, because I was sitting there. You saw how much I poured. It wasn't that much.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't eat a lot either. So I got on with him.
Hard.
I got on with the kids. I got on the Be Heard call. I was like, man, I feel weird. Like, why do I feel like this? And of course, there's this empty glass right here. I was like, oh. All right. And of course, the meeting went long yesterday, and I'm like, hey, woo! I love y'all, but
Damien came out like, hey, kids, if you want to get into business, let me tell you. Jesse, do me a favor in the Slack. Let me know when the reads are for me.
Yeah, I'm hitting. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the McQueen at 1. Or 12:13.
Okay. Yes, he did. Black Bottles came through with the shit, my mans.
I love it. That's a good look behind you too.
The whole Sovereign brands, man. They stay showing love, man.
I need to. If y'all say a little prayer for me and your boy land this spot he's going to see tomorrow. I want my setup like yours in the sense that I want it like Brett's. You know how Brett's got like a shelf behind him? Like, I like the wine rack is cool. It's like, let's do an update right now. All right, man, come on in, get comfortable. It is a special 12-hour edition of D-Lo and KC, because that's about how much time we're going to need to cover everything that happened this morning.
Oh,
man.
Tweet of the day, my main man Damien, my main man D-Lo, with that Kevin Garnett tweet, and it was accurate. I woke up at about 8:30. I get on, to Twitter to see what's going on. I'm thinking, more KD praise or whatever.
Nope.
Oh my God,
bro. Kevin Durant had a legendary performance last night, and it feels like an eternity ago. That is like number 15 on the list of wild stuff that has happened this morning. It's been really difficult to figure out what do we start with. So let's just run down a couple of things. obviously we mentioned Kevin Durant. We'll get to the game. I posted on social media yesterday. You're talking about Twitter. I raised the question: do we need to have a difficult conversation about Giannis Antetokounmpo? We do. I don't know that we're going to get to it today. But we've got to have a talk about Giannis last night. We got to have a talk about Kevin Durant. Chris Paul is in health and safety protocols. I don't want to overreact. We haven't heard from Chris Paul yet. There's speculation that he could be out, to the start of the Western Conference Finals. You're the head of the Players Association.
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling me you're not vaccinated? Like, come on, Chris. Like, and we don't know whether Chris Paul is vaccinated or not. So we're gonna wait to find that out. Scotty Brooks in Washington have parted ways. Your man's Stan Van Gundy. You know what? This didn't work out. David Griffin taking a big strike as the general manager in New Orleans. But
that's what I want to talk about. Stan
Van Gundy's that we might get to it again. It's a 12-hour edition of D'Lo and KC. That's really our only option. But let's start with what ultimately could be the biggest story for the remainder of the postseason. It could be the biggest story of the offseason, and it could very well be the biggest story headed into next year. Kawhi Leonard was ruled out, and it was a progression of tweets. Kawhi Leonard ruled out for Game 5. His immediate future is unknown. Oh, man, that's tough. Wait a minute, it's worse. Kawhi Leonard is out indefinitely. Oh, crap. Okay. Kawhi Leonard may have torn his ACL.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, now out indefinitely, out Game 5 sucks. Out indefinitely sucks. If Kawhi Leonard tore his ACL, he's out next season. Like, this changes the complexion of the West. This changes everything if Kawhi Leonard is out. We've talked about Kawhi Leonard's player option. What are they going to do moving forward? Like, we could be looking at the end of this version of the Los Angeles Clippers if Kawhi Leonard has a torn ACL.
Yeah.
Man, and you said it yesterday, partner, and it turns out you were wrong. You thought we might have dodged a bullet.
Oh, we dodged it, man.
It doesn't look like we did, man. It looks like we took it straight between the eyes.
Jeez, man. I mean, this has ramifications that will ripple throughout the league. What do the Clippers do now? What does Kawhi do now? If it's an ACL tear and he's got to be out for next year, that's kind of what I'm referring to.
Right.
I don't know where to begin. And then I know it sounds crazy. I know they were down 2-0. They had to fight to get back to 2-2 or whatever the case may be. But the fact remains, they could have won a championship this year, especially with the way everything is set up in the league. Even as unbeatable as we thought Brooklyn was, injuries, everything going on with that. The Clippers could have won a championship last year. I saw last night. Kenny Smith was kind of talking about that, like the possibilities of what it would mean for them in Los Angeles to win a championship.
Right.
And all that is out the window now. And who knows what's going on after this.
Again, nothing confirmed on Kawhi Leonard. I don't. There's obviously enough there for that information to be out there. It's almost a note of, okay, everyone, brace yourself.
Well, hey, not to cut you off, but it's almost like Klay Thompson.
You know, Klay Thompson
last year, everybody was like, "Oh, a severe injury." Nobody wanted to say it because they had to, go to the doctors first or whatever the case may be. But that's the vibes I'm getting right now, and I really hope I'm wrong. But that's the vibes I'm getting. Where Shams is like, ACL, we're not going to report it till it's official. But
I don't think you're wrong. Again, that type of stuff is rarely floated out there. Like that. Hell, we saw it with Tyrese here. We all had that fear when Tyrese went down. We saw the way it went down that day, that night, that game. They were like, "Oh, Kings are optimistic. Doctors know. MRIs are important. All of that stuff is important. Not diminishing at all. But doctors know. They know in the moment. So there is enough for them to have told someone, "Hey, this could be a lot longer than Game 5. This could be the the future right now." But man, tough.
Jeez, I'm looking at it right now, and I just
tough.
I remember when I saw, and I was like, because it wasn't as severe as that, but it reminded me of Jamal Murray. And I was like, well, it almost could have been worse. Like that could have been nasty. But man, unfortunately, looks like it might have been what some of us thought, man. Hope not though. We don't have no official word. Once again, hopefully maybe just a sprain or an ACL sprain, maybe even a partial tear that doesn't require surgery, maybe, hopefully. So
we don't have official word. But again, you normally don't float things like this out there.
Right.
No one said, everyone danced around the ACL thing. Everyone danced around the Achilles thing for Klay Thompson because there was no doctor there. When the doctor got there, didn't take long. Took the next when everyone boards a plane to go see Kawhi in Los Angeles.
That was crazy.
Steve Kerr, Bob Meyer, Joe Lacob. Half of San Francisco has flown down to see Kawhi, Klay Thompson on draft day. Like draft day.
Man. They left the war rooms. And like, yeah, we got to go down there.
I'll just take the Wiseman kid. Let's go. That was supposed to be.
What if they were around longer? They would have took LaMelo. They're like, yeah, we were thinking about LaMelo. We got to go. Look, just take Wiseman, okay? Yeah.
Hey, go. They just told hey, just go with your gut. I don't know. We got to go. We got to go check on Klay. Just go with our last notes. What was our last notes? The last note said Wiseman, but what about LaMelo? Who's by the way, LaMelo Ball, Rookie of the Year. Not news, but it's news. Yeah, LaMelo Ball, Rookie of the Year. Again, not news, but news. Congratulations to him. He had a phenomenal season. Man, this Kawhi Leonard stuff is tough. I hope he's okay. Can Paul George, in the face of adversity, ascend to the levels that we saw Kevin Durant do last night? Now, I'm not talking championship caliber, but could Paul George and that group get the Clippers past the Jazz?
Could he?
Yes. Realistically, not far-fetched. Like, could he get them past?
Yes. I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
They could. They only got 2 games to win. If this was before at the start of the series, I'd say they can't win 4 games, but they got 2 games to win. Yes, he can. I say this all the time. Me and my homeboy, we talk about it all the time. Paul George.
I need Paul George to go into the Clippers locker room and go, yes, we can. Can we win 2 more games? Yes, we can. Can I be the leader that'll take you to the mountaintop? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. I need that to happen. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying though, Paul George, he's got all the tools. He's got all the tools. He's got the height. He's got the skills. He's got the shooting touch. He's got all the tools. The only thing that you worry about is his psyche. And if he figures that out, maybe he figures it out right now. Maybe he's already figured it out and he's prepared himself but the tools, the skills, that ain't the issue. Not by any means. So yes, he can. Yes, he can.
My man. You got to do it with the cadence. That's what I need, man.
Yes, he can.
LeBron James is tweeting a lot.
I guess Zero Dark 23 is no longer.
Well, I mean, his season's over, so
it's no longer. He's open.
Cut him some slack. He's open. He's California open. Yeah, LeBron James tweeted, and I'm gonna do my best here. They all didn't want to listen to me about the start of the season. I knew exactly what would happen. I only wanted to protect the well-being of the players, which ultimately is the product and benefit of our game. These injuries isn't just part of the game. It's the lack of pure rim rest. Rest before starting back up. 8, possibly 9 All-Stars have missed playoff games, most in league history. This is the best time of year for our league and fans, but missing a ton of our favorite players, it's insane. There's one person that know about the body and how it works all year round. It's me. I speak for the health of all our players, and I hate to see this many injuries this time of the year. Sorry, fans. Wish you guys were seeing all your favorite guys right now. And I know all about the business side, too. The factors involved, so don't even try me. I get it. Prayers to the claw.
Before we even mention that, the people want to know, we getting paid today?
I hope so. Is there a reason?
Are they getting paid today?
I believe so.
Because it's 12/11.
Oh, it's 12/11. I appreciate you keeping me honest. Like sometimes you just got to spell it out. Like hit the button, stupid.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Even NBA news doesn't stop the Summer of Cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000 right now by texting the code word BAND 72881. That's the number, 72881. Text the word BAND. Like Kenny won't stop talking about P. Diddy and making the band.
Bud got to walk the juniors.
72881. This is a multi-state contest. Meshes and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Your next opportunity to win coming around 110. Normally I'm pretty firm. It's happening 10 minutes past the hour, but God knows what's going to happen the rest of the day. I mean, this is the slowest 12 minutes all morning.
Man,
there has not been one Woj tweet. Like, I keep waiting for the NFL to panic and go, somebody trade Aaron Rodgers.
Like my homeboy said, a Cowboy's getting arrested soon.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's going to be something breaking in the Deshaun Watson news here very, very soon. But regardless of what sort of breaking news happens, we've got you covered for the next 4 hours. As I mentioned, we got 3 more opportunities for you to win $1,000. We got Logan Murdock joining us at 1:30. He works with the Ringer. You know him well. We got Law Murray. He covers the Clippers for The Athletic. He's going to be with us at 2:20. We are just getting started. Get comfortable. We've got plenty to talk about here as D-Lo and KC roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Well, there's going to be a whole lot of NBA fans who are going to need some McQueen and the Violet Fog gin tonight because their teams, they going to look a little bit different. But that's all right, man. McQueen and the Violet Fog gin has got you covered, whether it's to celebrate, whether it's to relax, whether it's because it's 102 degrees outside and you got to go sleeveless on a Wednesday. McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, you can taste the quality in every bottle. It's a Brazilian gin rather than a European gin, and it's produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. It's what we mean when we say we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. You can get yours at drizzly.com today. They can even deliver it to you. Who wants to go outside in the 100-degree heat? Go to drizzly.com, search McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, or if you're out and about, head over to your favorite spot and pick up your gin to get you through this hot remainder of the week. If for whatever reason your favorite spot doesn't have McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, let me know. Let KC know. We'll have Ben get the re-up, man, and you'll be all set. Take a picture of your first cocktail or your last cocktail. Take a picture of all your cocktails and send them to us at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog on Instagram. We want to share with everybody that after 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. D-Lo and KC reminds you, be responsible, don't drink and drive. Here comes the money.
This isn't a bomb, but the NFL and the NFLPA have agreed to updated COVID-19 protocols for the 2021 training camp and preseason. They had to get in here some way.
They had to, yeah. Somebody tweet something. Roger Goodell running around throwing his phone everywhere. Somebody do something. He's on the phone with what's his name? Nick Kasarian. Hey, Nick, now, fam, right now. Mr. Commissioner, we don't have a deal. I said now, Nick. God damn it. Trade him to the Patriots.
God damn it. Trade him to the Patriots. Hit him with that Vince. Oh, by the way, I noticed it late, but I was thinking that I had art up around here. I mean, I see the wine rag back there.
Yeah,
I see the art on the wall.
Yeah,
And I ain't talking about Malcolm X. I see the art on the wall.
But that's good art there too from the Dope Ones, dopeones.com.
Yes, indeed.
Dope One said he was going to put up some new Bo Jackson gear today. I said, hey, by today, do you mean today, or do you mean like, Kenny, I'm 10 minutes away today? Because those are very different things. But the dopeones.com is going to be a great place to be over the course of the next couple of days, man. We assure you, we'll keep you updated on everything. Did you see Nike had a sneaky drop, like a
Jordan thing?
No, like a out of stock drop, like stuff that had gone out of stock. Yeah, but they were all like Nike's Air Maxes, different things like that.
Yeah.
I saw it on Twitter, like right in time. It was going to happen at 7. I went there, didn't happen at 7. Happened like 7:05. There was a couple of pieces like these are some cool Air Maxes. Yeah, why not? I didn't pull the trigger the first time around. Click on it, sold out.
Come on, man.
This wasn't even on the sneakers app.
app.
Clicked on the other one. Was there like one pair each? Like clicked on the other one. I like sold out.
Why do they even have the app anymore? Why? Can't even buy shoes on.
Can't even buy shoes anymore. It's just a drawing. Everything's a draw. Yeah, enter your name. Screw you. I want to buy some shoes. Don't tell me to enter a draw. Like, let me buy some freaking shoes. I don't buy lottery tickets, bruh.
Jay, relax. Relax, Jay. Relax. Relax.
Bruh. Facts.
Chill, man. Chill.
Facts. Yeah. Wait till the jerk parks next to you. Makes you feel bad about yourself. Chat acting up. That's all right. Wouldn't expect anything else. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can check us out on the Odyssey app as well. We hope that you will. You can listen to us on 1320 AM wherever you prefer. You can find us. We have got you a very, very busy day. Logan Murdock going to be our first guest. Yes, normally on Wednesdays, James Ham joins us. James is going to be able to be with us today. He's tended to personal matters. As a matter of fact, we were ditched by everybody. Deuce and Mo going on vacation tomorrow. We all know that Marshall left us. So we're trying to make new friends. Of course,
it's what we got to do.
Logan and Law are both old friends, so it's difficult to make new friends nowadays. But Logan Murdock's going to join us coming up at 1:30. We'll get his thoughts on what the hell is going on in the National Basketball Association.
Shout out to everybody except for the Nike app, though.
Yeah, Nike app trash, mad trash, man. They do us dirty repeatedly. So we appreciate everybody except for the Nike app. Now we appreciate the Nike plug. Clarify that. We appreciate the Nike plug, but the app can go to hell. As Tony Schiavone would say, straight to hell.
That was a classic.
You want to talk about your man, Stan Van Gundy? You want to talk about the New Orleans Pelicans? Coaches are being fired. Day after the season, nobody was fired. The week after the season, nobody was fired. It's like, man, Brad Stevens, he took the president of Boston Celtics job. Okay, they got a coaching vacancy. Oh, Terry Stotts eliminated. Okay, he's fired. Oh, wait a minute. What happened in Orlando? All right, fired. Oh, wow. Indiana just took their sweet little time. He gone. What do we got here? Scotty Brooks. He's going to stay on with the Washington Wizards. No, he's not. He's fired too. And then the one that I would think is the most surprising of all of these, given that he's only been the coach for a year. Of course, none of us believe that it worked out.
No,
but still, to see David Griff essentially go, my bad. That's me. Sorry, Stan Van. You're out of here. The New Orleans Pelicans, a team that I think both of us believe grossly underperformed. They're looking for a new head coach.
No. Well, we said it when it happened. I think you were on the same page as me.
I didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it.
Why is he getting the job? We thought, didn't we think it was going to be Jeff Van Gundy, or we thought he was going to go to Houston?
We thought if it was going to be a Van Gundy, we thought if a Van Gundy was going to be back in the league, it wasn't going to be Stan.
Right.
Stan,
right.
I thought Stan was just like, hey, Stan's pretty good on TV. He probably found his little niche here. Yeah. And now Stan gets to go back and
go right back.
Be on TV.
Yeah, go right back and be pretty good at TV.
He could jump in and be like, you miss me? He could take Chris Webber's spot. You know, there's a lot that he could do there on TNT.
Facts. So, yeah, I mean,
That wasn't a knock, by the way. Chris is gone. They obviously
Chris
needed an analyst. Stan Van Gundy would be great.
Chris is a professor. I mean, it was a terrible pairing from the start. And I mean, I'm just going to say it. Shout out to my guy, John Bull. Shout out to our guy, Bryant West.
Mm.
You know, our guy, Tony Zapteris.
Oh dear.
But
I'm scared.
And
maybe
even my guy, Damian Barling.
That's a hell of a crew right there. I'm frightened at to where this is going.
Because they're all like, oh yeah, maybe Luke can be next. Maybe Monty and they can get Luke. And then, you know, I think it was Bryant. He's like, yeah, shout out to, you know, the Pelicans for recognizing that it's not working and any futile attempts at some continuity or whatever the case may be.
Cutting ties.
Yeah, right. I'm like, okay.
My bad.
I'm like, okay. You guys almost don't seem to care that Griffin got every damn thing wrong this year. He got everything wrong. Everything from trades to not picking up Alonzo's option to getting Steven Adams to hiring this coach. He got everything wrong.
Until today, he got his first thing right.
And look, and then it gets praised for it. It's praised for it. Good job. Good job.
It's 28-3 right now at halftime. Griff got him out a comeback because it's not good. He just got a field goal. He just got on the board. He just got on the board and he needs to score a touchdown with this hire. But yeah, he's down 28-3 at the half.
He gets no praise for firing his bad hire.
No, and that's the big difference between Monty and Griff. Griff hired Stan Van Gundy. At least Monty could be like, wasn't me. Of course I'm moving that. I didn't do it. Meanwhile, Griff is just like, oh, okay. Look, what had happened was I had made an error.
Everybody that knows
what was he
me,
thinking? Like seriously though,
he wasn't.
What the hell were you thinking? Stan Van Gundy was going to be up. Stan Van Gundy was a very, very, very good coach in Orlando.
Mm.
Orlando was a while ago. Like he had a run in Detroit. He was even if I remember correctly, he was even like the de facto like the general manager in Detroit. Like he was.
Yeah, I think so.
He was shopping for the groceries and making the meal, and it didn't work. And I don't know what David Griffin was thinking.
Hey man, I'm gonna just say it like this: David Griffin seemed like a good guy. I used to listen to him when he was on NBA radio. You know, I think he knows what he's talking about. But he's on my radar. You know, I'm always aware of the overpraise. And boy, Griff be getting that overpraise, and he on my radar. He need to get this right. So I'm gonna be on his head like his name is Ben Simmons.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
wow. Had to work Ben Simmons here into the combo.
I didn't see nobody get as much wrong as David Griffin just got wrong in the last 12 months. He got it all wrong. He didn't get nothing right. I don't even know if he drafted the right guy.
Stir up.
I like Kira Lewis too, by the way. He seemed like a solid player, but I don't know. He couldn't get in that starting lineup with that weak team. I don't know what's going on.
Well, was the team weak, or did they just not? Did they just not function on the floor right?
I mean,
is that really a bad? Do you look at that roster and go, "This is a bad roster"?
It's not a bad roster, but he traded Drew Holiday for Eric Bledsoe for whatever reason.
I don't understand that either.
That was ridiculous. And
I don't know if that was a financial thing or what that was. I don't get it either.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. David in the chat says Kenny going after him like he's D-Wade on the Cube. I only bring that up because I did watch about 10 minutes of the Cube last night. I don't get it.
I don't get it. It's weird, right?
Yeah, it's not a terrible show. Like it don't suck, but it's just like, why are we doing this show?
Oh, good call by JH right here. Well, we know who the GM of KC's hate squad is. That's facts. David Griffin ascending to the podium as the GM of KC's hate squad. I need to put together a social media graphic of KC's hate squad. It's the starting five on KC's hate squad.
Yeah, I mean, geez, it's good. We're getting a whole organization. We really are. I wasn't trying to. We're getting a whole organization. We got a roster. No, we got a roster. We got a GM.
Oh, yeah.
Owner. I don't really like Mark Cuban, so maybe he could be the owner.
Well, they made some news today, too.
Bruh. Everybody making news today. Everybody.
Dallas Cuban was like, let's get in on the act. This is a good day. Maybe this will be a news dump right here. Maybe we just throw this out there and it's a little news dump after the gossip column that dropped the other day. I love one of the headlines. The front office is concerned Luka Doncic's relationship with this guy and it could affect his long-term future. Dallas was like, okay. Yeah. Y'all we're concerned about his long-term future. Yeah, watch this. Hey, Donnie, come here. Come here, Donnie. Donnie, have a seat. You're fired. We're concerned about Luka. They're looking at Luka like he's either going to play for the Dallas Mavericks or he ain't going to play.
Facts. Ain't
Simple
nobody
as that.
concerned about nothing.
Oh,
that boy
man.
right here for 7-8 years.
Exactly. And Dallas is well aware of that.
They talking about they reading reports talking about Dallas is concerned about his long-term future. They put up the Charlie Murphy meme of laughing. Long-term concerned about what?
Oh man. Yeah, Mark Cuban just laid F your couch. Yeah, I'm concerned about it. I feel like this is Mark Cuban's way of going, oh yeah? I'll show you. I'll show you about that report from The Athletic. Oh man.
Oh,
so good.
So do we
Bleacher Report's line, by the way. While Luka Doncic intends to sign a supermax extension with the Dallas Mavericks this summer, dysfunction in the front office and the team's inability to build a contender could impact his current desire to stay in Dallas long term.
What you mean 100 years from now? What you talking about?
I mean, when he's 30? I mean, when he's 30 and about 300 pounds and he looks like Big Baby Davis? I don't think that's gonna happen.
That what you just said might just happen. Luka don't seem like he's seen a bill he don't like. He'll eat.
Yeah, he got to get himself into shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or, a different shape.
Between that one, I mean, I don't have a problem with Bleacher Report, but between that one and that clip of them ghetto Jokic brothers, you know what I'm saying?
Dude.
Them ghetto Jokic brothers.
Thugs.
Bleacher Report just out here saying anything at this point.
Have the nerve to put the laughing emoji like,
Right.
oh, it's funny.
Said it last night. Ghetto. That's what it was.
Funny. Okay.
So,
The
let's
Mavericks.
see. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention this real quick. Tim McMahon just tweeted the Mavericks have hired Mike Ford Sportsology, a consulting firm frequently used by NBA teams, hiring GMs to assist in the search of a new head of basketball operations. Tim has been all over this story this morning.
Okay. Kawhi. We kind of did we mention Chris Paul?
We did.
We mentioned Chris Paul,
Mm-hmm.
the Mavericks, Stan Van. We didn't get into Scotty Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I'm just trying to figure. I mean, there's so much going on. I'm trying to make sure we touch bases before we even get to basketball. We ain't even talked about basketball.
Can we get to can we hit pause on Washington for a minute? Because there's one more thing I want to throw at you about New Orleans.
Absolutely.
Teresa Witherspoon.
I'd love it.
That seems to have gotten a lot of traction. I'm going to tell you the part I'm going to tell you the part that I like most about this, and I tried to express my frustrations about this last week. Is I have a great amount of respect for Becky Hammond. She's obviously been an assistant now for I think 6 or 7 years or so with San Antonio, and I feel like every time we want to push this, a woman needs to be the head coach. A woman needs to be the head coach. Well, it's Becky Hammond. It's Becky Hammond. Becky Hammond's got to get an interview. Becky Hammond's got to get an interview. There are other, women in the league who deserve an opportunity to interview as well.
Right.
The Kings have, Lindsey Harding is here. Obviously, Teresa Witherspoon is there in New Orleans, and you can look around the league and you can see other women. It falls in line to me. My frustration kind of stemmed from, and I should say my frustration kind of carried over from the Eric Bieniemy conversation. Is you got to interview a black coach. You got to interview. Why isn't Eric Bieniemy getting a job? Like, wait a minute. Are you telling me there's only one qualified black coach? Like, what's going to happen when Eric Bieniemy gets hired?
Right.
We're just done. It's just extinct. That's it. It's over. Well, there's got to be. And I know Becky has kind of been the, preordained first, but there are other women in the league, and maybe they haven't been. I think it was Portland. Yeah, if you're going to interview people, absolutely interview Dawn Staley.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about someone who could lead? Like, that woman has led on every single level imaginable.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk to Dawn Staley, talk to other women. It just doesn't have to be Becky. So this was the first time, obviously, with the Celtics, another woman's name was brought up. And this is the first time that I've heard Teresa Witherspoon's name brought up. And it's like, okay, now whether Teresa Witherspoon gets the job or not, I like the idea that there are multiple women in the conversation for head coaching jobs rather than getting Eric Bieniemy treatment as if Eric Bieniemy is the only qualified guy to be the head coach in a National Football League team,
right,
or for a National Football League team.
Right. No.
There's assistants all over the place that aren't getting opportunities in the NFL. And there are women all over the league in the NBA who deserve opportunities as well.
Mm-hmm.
That was my thought when I saw Teresa Witherspoon
absolutely.
as, according to multiple reports, a serious candidate.
I'm extremely confident in saying, I mean, Teresa Witherspoon, she knows the game, can communicate the game, can teach, can lead, as well as anybody out there, male or female.
No Name is asking on YouTube.com, and I'm not trying to be funny. That's his name. No name, no image. Will men listen to a woman coach? Yes.
They will. I'm not going to be as head in the sand, and not saying that you are, nothing like that, but I'm sure there are guys who would have a problem with that.
I don't think so.
I don't think it'll be 100%.
I'm not saying 100%. I mean, I think
that's all I'm saying. There's guys that have that old school trash way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? That it's not completely gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, as much as we would hope it is, it's not completely gone. You know what I mean? But I think there's enough guys that will listen.
Majority?
Where somebody like that will have to get on board. Somebody like that will have to say, hey, I'm outnumbered here. It's 13 people to 2, you know, on this roster that are fully embracing Teresa Witherspoon or Becky Hammond. You know, I'm gonna have to get on board. Like I said, I'm not saying it to say that it's right or anything like that. I'm just saying, unfortunately, there are people who would have that trash way of thinking.
I feel like this is the first person that comes to mind. I feel like the Karl Malones are out of the league. Karl Malone had a problem with everything. Karl Malone strikes me as the guy who would say, I don't want to play with a gay player. I don't want one of my teammates to be gay. Karl Malone strikes me as that guy. Karl Malone was the one who was talking. And granted, it was a different time with Magic, but he was the one who was just out there. No, we can't do this. This is crazy talk. Right. Meanwhile, every doctor on the planet was like, no, you're fine. We assure you. Karl Malone out there like, no. Like, we like to play with words here. Majority good with it? With the women coach, I'm asking you, are a majority of the players, would they be good with a woman coach?
Yeah, I thought you were saying something. Yeah,
I'm asking you. Okay.
Absolutely.
An overwhelming majority?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. We'll leave it at that then. Yeah. Because if you're not in the then cool. Yeah. Like, that's your issue then.
No, I think so.
You get it dealt with.
Yeah, and that's why I say, even if there are people who feel that way, we're like, oh, I don't want to take no instructions from a woman. There would be they'd be outnumbered so heavily that they either got to get with or to get lost.
The first one's going to be tough, whether it's Teresa or it's Becky or it's somebody else. The first, that person is going to be under a tremendous amount of scrutiny. It's, you know, you could say this 8 years later, President Obama, he blew it, man. You weren't never going to see another brother in office. And now you've got, Vice President Harris in her position. She's under, pressure. Any woman in any first in a very high profile position is pretty much in a spot of don't screw up, because the entire fate of the race, the entire fate of the gender, the entire fate of sexual orientation. It's on you, bruh. It's on you, girl. It's on you, fam. It's all you.
Which in some cases, not to get too deep down the road, but can be almost paralyzing, because you can't necessarily do maybe 100% what you want to do or what you believe in, because you just got to make sure, for lack of a word, where I just get through it without anything bad happening. And I think about that for a woman's coach. Maybe she would want to be tougher on the guys or something like that, but I hope she has the freedom, whether it's Teresa Witherspoon or Becky Hammond, to do whatever they want to do, and not, and to your point, not necessarily have to worry about, well, I don't want to get a bad reputation because this will set it up badly for the rest of the women behind me. I hope they get that leeway.
And they can't be like Nate Bjornsson.
Exactly.
Like, what were we reading about him? And it's the same point. And this is you can't be Luke Walton either. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be the buddy. You can't be the, the strict discipline. There's a fun, because every athletic reporter, every SI reporter, every ESPN reporter, they are going to be following you. Like, ESPN will assign a reporter to your team to report on everything that you're doing.
Absolutely.
They'll divert some of their attention from Aaron Rodgers to send it.
No, they won't.
That's probably true. They'll just hire more people.
I just saw
True
the
story.
text you sent me.
True story. Kevin Durant, historic performance last night. Nets beat the Bucks. This was before all of the chaos this morning at 5:13, I think it was, a.m. What was ESPN talking about? Aaron Rodgers t-shirt.
Come on.
And I documented the last 2 days. I told you yesterday, every day I wake up, it takes me a few minutes to crawl out of bed, pull up the computer, get the show on. There's Aaron Rodgers. Last 2 days, I've snapped screenshots and sent it to Kenny and Jesse.
Ridiculous for this, man.
Told y'all, they are Aaron Rodgers 24/7. Finally got to Kevin Durant in the B block.
Come on, man.
They had to cover Aaron Rodgers' shirt first. And then they got to him in the B block. Got to get Jeff Saturday's thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. Okay, now you want to get to Scotty Brooks. I wanted to throw Teresa Witherspoon out there before we
that's good. Scotty Brooks. I think you might have more extensive thoughts about this. This is kind of, to me, it's kind of a footnote. Scotty Brooks gone. Washington. I wonder what kind of job Washington is to people right now, because you have Westbrook and Bill, but maybe the Bill situation is up in the air. Didn't what did Bill say at the end of the season? Bradley Beal say he said something about, we gotta
he was
look
vague.
at stuff or something.
Yeah, he was vague. Russ was more Scotty should be back. Scotty should be back. Scotty should be back. Like, Russ was talking as if he's a Washington Wizard for the rest of his life. And I just, that he was in, and then he was doing that in specifics of the way he was talking about Scotty Brooks. Bradley Beal was, for the first time, like a little bit more vague. He wasn't, I'm out. He wasn't, I'm in. He was just vague in his responses. So you said, you could probably make an argument. The Washington Wizards job, like, that's a good job. You got Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook to work with. Or, and that Washington Wizards job isn't good. You've got Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook. It depends on, it could very well just depend on your thinking of those two players.
Man, they got the big man, the center that got hurt, Bryant. I like Hachimura. I think that money they gave Bertans, I know they kind of feel like they had to do it, but we talked about it like a couple of weeks ago. It sticks out like a sore thumb what he's guaranteed and what you're trying to do with that roster. So there's that.
And remember, they got a GM too. Like, they fired Ernie. What was it, last year, the year before? Like, that new GM never made a coaching hire. So we had said, I think it was at the end of last week, Scotty was going to be back. And I guess they were trying to come to some sort of terms on an extension or some form of extension, and it didn't work out.
That was bizarre. They said, yeah, he's coming back. Just working some things out. A week later, well, we couldn't work anything out. He's not coming back. What?
He's being irrational. He wanted to be paid. Like, it was crazy. Crazy talk.
He actually asked for some money.
He actually asked for security. Like, fam, this is Washington, D.C. We do not offer security here. What you doing?
So, I mean, that's an interesting job. That's a real interesting job. Like you mentioned, you could, like you said it perfect. You could look at it like, well, they got Bill and Russ, or they got Bill and Russ.
I mean, Bradley Beal he made the All NBA team.
Oh boy.
He did.
He did. I love Bradley Beal. No shade on him. I'm just saying that All NBA team. Man, we're gonna talk about it a little later, but they got to figure some things out.
My partners say they look a little funny in the light.
Real funny in the
I guess
light.
this is the only time all year where the league has positions. You're a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. It's the only time all year.
Yeah.
82 games from 30 different teams. There ain't no 1 through 5. All-star game. Ain't no 1 through 5. But when it comes time to influencing a player's contract by up to $30 million, well, suddenly we've got to abide by the positions. This is important in positionless basketball.
Yeah, they can't be doing that no more.
Shout out to Jason Tatum, Donovan Mitchell, and I think De'Aaron Fox too. All three of them, right? Wasn't De'Aaron in that conversation? Like, I don't feel like De'Aaron's name was mentioned, and it's probably just because he's on the Sacramento Kings. But I feel like De'Aaron Fox lost money yesterday too.
Yeah.
But Donovan Mitchell and Jason Tatum definitely did. We've got to stop this, man. This is stupid. Like, there's, some dude in Sheboygan who writes for, the Sheboygan Times, who has an influence on who, whether these guys hit their rookie max extensions or any or super max extensions because of the way this voting is done.
Bad job. So we're gonna dive into that a little bit more later.
Again, it's a 12-hour edition.
We're gonna get on the court. Look, Ramsey brings it up last night, kind of vaguely. I wish I had there it is. Talks about Gabe Kapler and Mike Yastrzemski. The Giants had maybe the win of the year last night in all of Major League Baseball. And I'm going to be real with you. I'm not sure if we're going to talk about it today.
Giants,
not because we don't care. And damn, I don't know when it's going to happen.
Giants with the win of the year last night. We'll tell you all about it tomorrow on D'Lo and KC. We'll come back. Okay, I think we've at least touched on everything that's happened this morning. We're going to
took 43 minutes.
That's it. That's all. We'll talk more about Kawhi. We'll talk more about these stories. We're going to talk with Logan Murdock at 1:30. We're going to talk with Law Murray, who covers the Los Angeles Clippers, coming up at 2:20. Let's go to the court.
Let's go, man.
Some of you might be old enough to remember Kevin Durant's performance last night before the NBA aged us by a year this morning. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey roll along. Plus, your next opportunity to win $1,000 here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
That's a great point, Peg Junk. I don't even know if I should say your name, but
it's Peg Junk. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, yeah, it get dicey. It get dicey when you. I don't know where Peg Junk is going.
I know.
But maybe I just have a sophomoric brain, but it gets a little dicey.
Probably.
That's a good point. Yeah, got to do that for Yaz. Come on, man. Grand slam in the 8th inning, game-winning grand slam after being down 7-0. That deserves to. Especially since I'm not sure we've talked about it on the show. So, yeah, he gets air horns for that. That was crazy.
I was actually screening, and I turned it off. This is...
you're not alone.
Like, what am I doing?
I finished
stupid.
and
then it was like, oh, what am I doing?
I finished the basketball game, and we've been painting the fence in our backyard. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna help you because it's about to be hell out here in Sacramento the next 2 days. So we're trying to get it done. So
King's Herald been telling us.
Huh?
King's Herald been telling us.
Yeah, hell. Yeah, it's life hell, not even basketball hell anymore. But I was like, let me see what the Giants are doing, man. Let me see what's going on. It's like 8-3. I said, oh, hell no. Let me go paint this. Let me do what I got to do around here. And maybe I'll come back later on. And then I started getting these tweets and I saw this stuff. I said, what? They came all the way back? And the way they did, that was crazy.
Yeah, they was getting it handed to them.
Oh, we got a updated list of Kenny's hate tweets. Or my hate list, excuse me. Oh. Hey, take the Nike app off of there.
Nope, Nike app stays on. Oh, that's hilarious. Nice job, David.
Are we missing somebody? We're missing. You don't have Luka or
Mark Cuban.
Mavericks. Mark Cuban. You don't have.
Well, the
Draymond
scroll
on
is
there?
only so long. Hey, come on. Kenny's hate list gonna look like that old Jericho promo where he reads the arm bar, Saskatchewan toe hold, arm bar.
It's gonna be the Mavericks.
That's gonna be Kenny's hate list.
Knock your legs off.
That's
Sean.
Manny, better be careful, man. Stay hydrated.
Oh boy.
Stay hydrated. I don't know why that's so funny. Arm bar.
He killed that. No, this Steve Nash hug, the memes they come up
so
with,
good.
Hilarious.
So good.
We're not sure.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
We're not sure.
Can Steve Nash coach? I would have been less surprised if you said Steve Nash is a soccer coach. Another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes ish past the 1 o'clock hour. If I'm on my game and I'm looking at the clock, I got you covered. 10 minutes past the hour. Around 10 minutes after every hour, D'Lo and Casey are on the air. You'll have an opportunity to win $1,000 with the Summer of Cash contest. Make sure you're locked in. We'll give you that keyword. We'll keep it moving here. Logan Murdock set to join us. Logan Murdock, of course, of The Ringer, set to join us at 1:30. Law Murray covers the Clippers for The Athletic. He's going to join us again here coming up at 2:20. He woke up to some news that's going to change his profession here for the upcoming months.
Man.
And we all went to bed thinking, man, we just saw one of the greatest performances in the history of playoff basketball. And I don't know if this is a thing, and you could tell me I'm crazy, so I'm fine with it. Is it possible to have because normally it's one or the other. Normally you can't have both. Like for Brooklyn, what a massive win for Brooklyn. What an incredible moment for Kevin Durant. We talked about what's Kevin Durant's moment.
Yes.
That was Kevin Durant's moment.
Yes.
You talked about the 3 over LeBron. I talked about, unfortunately, the injury, him fighting back to get back into that NBA Finals, tearing his Achilles and everything that the immediate reaction to after that. I felt like those were Kevin Durant moments. Last night may have been the definitive Kevin Durant moment.
Absolutely.
But normally in these situations, Casey, you have, man, what a huge win for the Milwaukee Bucks. Or alternatively, man, what just the Bucks really blew this one. Like this. Mm-hmm. This is, I think, a rare case where it's both.
Oh yeah.
Like you had this legendary performance. This isn't what happened, but man, it sure felt like the Bucks got beat by one person yesterday.
Well, the legendary Bay Area radio personality Ralph Barbieri, R.I.P. He had a phrase that I heard a long time ago that sticks to me all the time. 2 things can be equally true. And that's what happened last night. KD and the Nets had an unbelievable performance to come back. I said multiple times on Twitter, in a group chat I'm in with my cousins, the Nets are finished. I said it multiple times in the third quarter. And I thought they were done. I thought they were finished, and they had an epic comeback. They did things to come back. Kevin Durant had, like you mentioned, the greatest performance of his NBA life. one of the all-time great performances we'll ever see in the NBA in a playoff setting. He did that. And at the same time, an unbelievably epic collapse by the Milwaukee Bucks. And we saw them both last night. We definitely saw them both. Man.
There's just so much to pick apart from that game, and it's hard to not start with the fact there are allegedly rumors, sources close to D'Lo and KC tell us Giannis Antetokounmpo and Drew Holiday both made the all-defensive team. Nobody wanted the smoke last night. Dude, and can I tell you, you talk about definitive moments, like Kevin Durant having one last night.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Giannis Antetokounmpo might have had a definitive moment too. And I know everyone knows where I'm going for this because it's the one time, it's one of the few times that a singular play that didn't decide the game, it didn't, it wasn't a buzzer beater, it was just a play within a game, and everyone watching commented on it.
Mm-hmm.
NBA on TNT spent 10 minutes on it.
Mm-hmm.
The play where Giannis gets the ball against James Harden.
Yep.
And James Harden literally says, no switch, I got it. James Harden, one leg, played 46 minutes last night.
Talk about that.
We'll talk about it. That's fine. We'll talk about it. Said, I got it. And what's Giannis do? Turn around. Fade away. Giannis, what are you doing? And Charles said this. Charles Barkley can say this. I can't. I'm repeating Charles Barkley's words, not stating my own opinions. Charles Barkley said the Milwaukee Bucks are dumb. Now, I didn't play in the NBA, and I will never call someone who did dumb. But, man, that comment sure made me think. Because he said that at halftime. As I watched that second half, I started thinking.
Didn't he literally say, like, they're going to win the NBA championship?
He did. He did. He absolutely did. And I sat there watching that second half like, damn, Chuck, I think he was right. I don't understand what they're doing. I don't understand what Bud is doing. I don't understand what Giannis is doing. Nobody provided any resistance to Kevin Durant, and he just had their way with them. Had his way with them.
There was a lot of talk last year in the bubble when Milwaukee went up against Miami about Giannis guarding Jimmy Butler. And I said at that time, you guys are doing a little too much. All right, Jimmy Butler is a 6'6" shooting guard. Giannis is a center. He won Defensive Player of the Year. Nobody was asking Akeem to go guard Penny Hardaway or go guard Michael Jordan. Like that's not how this is supposed to work. So I wasn't getting on his head last year. He comes out in the playoffs this year. He guards Jimmy Butler, and he puts the click-clack on Jimmy Butler in that first round. Swept him out of the series, put the click-clack on him. He was guarding Jimmy. That didn't get a lot of attention or as much attention as him not guarding Jimmy last year got. This year, he guarded him in that series. He took him out of that series. He had him on click-clack. I'm not even saying that you have to guard KD for 48 minutes. And yes, KD, we're going to talk about that too. KD was out there for 48 minutes. He was out there for 48 minutes last night,
wow,
Damian.
Dude, that's crazy.
I'm not even saying Giannis has to guard for 48 minutes. But when the house is on fire, as they like to say on TNT, and he's just out here, he wasn't missing. He was not missing. It didn't matter who was there. He wasn't missing. I agree with other people. Giannis got to say, yo, let me get at him, Coach Bud. Let me try on him. Maybe they would have screened for him. Maybe they, would have got the pick and roll, whatever. But Giannis over there, I think he was in the corner guarding. I'm trying to think of who it was.
Not Kevin Durant. That's who he was over in the corner guarding, not Kevin Durant.
I don't want to say it was Shamet, but it was somebody. It was like you said, not
Landry Shamet, 3 of 5, 9 points.
Covington was on Shamet one time. That's how I remember it wasn't Shamet. But it was somebody who was like, yo, what are we doing? And we got late in the fourth quarter. Like I said, don't have to be on him for 48 minutes. But 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Giannis got to say, yo, let me take this challenge. Let me do this. Let me take my chance. And if you get lit up, you get lit up. But you got to guard him. Yeah, that was not my man Giannis, and we're gonna have a conversation about Giannis that
Mhm.
I kind of think is a little unfair, but we'll have the conversation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I shouldn't even say unfair because you know what I always say, Damien. You know what I always say about these guys at the top. Heavy is the head that what
Where's the crown?
So this comes with the territory. These conversations that we're gonna have, it comes with the
Stay
territory.
uncomfortable. Hey,
I shouldn't say it's unfair. It's part of the deal.
No, we're family. Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, 1320 AM. Everybody listening, we're family. If you're tuning in for the 207th time, very specific number, or you're tuning in for the first time, we family. Families have difficult conversations. We've got to have a conversation about Giannis Antetokounmpo. Here's what he said about guarding Kevin Durant last night.
It's tough. It's tough. You know, like he's the best. He's the best player in the world right now, and we gotta beat him as a team. We gotta guard him as a team. We gotta make him make tough shots like tonight, and we just gotta keep doing our job. And hopefully he's gonna miss. But we gotta keep doing our job. We gotta keep guarding him together. We gotta keep showing help, keep making it tough, keep picking him up full court. And then there's going to be times in the game when coach tells us to double team him, we're going to double team. But right now, we got to keep containing him as much as possible. But at the end of the day, he's done an unbelievable job. As I said, best player in the world, best scorer in the world. We're doing our job. It's going to be nice that he's going to do what he did tonight, have 50. And it's going to be nice that we're going to try to contain him as much as possible and give ourselves the chance to be in the game.
Now, let me ask you, because this was a talking point on Twitter last night. You have a problem with him saying what he said about Kevin Durant?
That he's the best in the world? No, absolutely not.
A lot of people had a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with that.
And I don't necessarily. I understand why people would have a problem with that because you know I'm old school.
I know.
So I understand. But I don't have a problem with it, especially when I did some research and saw some other things, and people were pointing out great points. Larry Bird said the same thing about Michael Jordan. You know, that was God in sneakers or something like that. And you know, and now the difference was he was sweeping him out of the playoffs. But then somebody else brought up another point.
He said that after he beat him, not before, not after he lost. Yeah, he said that after he beat him.
He said it after he beat him, but somebody brought up another point where he said, Larry said something to that effect about Magic Johnson after Magic hit the baby hook on him.
Okay.
And now
I don't remember that one. I remember the Jordan one. I don't remember the Magic one.
Yeah, he said something to the same effect about, you know, how great Magic is and he's the best and all this other stuff at that time. So if I'm gonna be true to we going old school, even the greats, even somebody as great as Larry Bird, sometimes just has to say, yo, this guy's the baddest and he's the baddest right now.
But that's not the way it works. We don't bring up other greats like Larry Bird. We don't bring up other greats about Magic Johnson. We know how Magic spoke about Michael. We only bring up Michael. And what we know is Michael would never say that about another player in the league. That's all we focus on. What would Jordan do? That's the motto we live by when covering the NBA. What would Jordan do? Well, Jordan would never give another player in the league a compliment. Forget that Larry Bird would or Magic Johnson would or anybody else would. Just Jordan wouldn't. And that's all we can focus on.
Yeah.
That's why things are the way that they are.
They even had a clip of LeBron in 2009 talking about Kobe's the best in the game. I saw that the other day. So it happened. So there's that. Now, when you talk about Giannis, let's get into Giannis right now because I want to talk about KD on his own, right? Because KD had an epic night. I gotta talk about what KD did. Let's have the Giannis conversation.
Okay, let me do two things right here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can listen on the Odyssey app. You can listen on and watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope you'll hit the subscribe buttons and follow buttons and all that good stuff there. We also have got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up in 10 minutes. KC, before we go in on Giannis, let's talk to Manny here real quick. 916-349-1320. Manny, what's good, baby?
What's up, y'all? Yesterday was one of the most frustrating games I've ever watched. Like I had no horse in that race, and I'm sitting there yelling at that Milwaukee. So like, y'all just giving this game away. Yes, that's an all-time great game by KD. Like that was phenomenal to watch what he was doing. But on the other end, it's like, dude, either as the coach or as the best player, you got to take it upon yourself, especially as a player. Like, I don't care what the coach is telling me, I'm guarding him. And not only just because you're trying to stop him, but with him playing so many minutes, you want to make sure he's working as hard as possible for every single play because he's got to come down and play defense too. You got to make him hold his knees. You got to make him take a breath. And they did none of that. It was insane to watch. Like, I felt like I was watching a high school team. Like, dude, I'm not a coach. I'm not a professional basketball player. But to me, that's just common sense things going on basketball-wise you guys aren't doing. And with the way the playoffs are constructed currently, this is the year where everybody's getting hurt. Brooklyn, Chris Paul out, everything that's going on. This is your time to be able to kind of, I hate to say it like this, but like sneak in a championship. You can get a championship if you do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. You said it right on the head. And
Manny a little extra cranky because he out in the heat. That's good though. I like cranky Manny. That's good stuff right there.
You see these guns out today.
24-inch pythons. Yeah, got the tattoos sneaking out. I like it.
But I mean, he's right in that aspect. I will say this. Maybe I'm just being a defense attorney for Giannis. But how much praise did PJ Tucker get in game after game 4 about what he did for Kevin Durant? Or at least I saw it. People talking about PJ Tucker, doing a great job and all this other stuff. For one, he wasn't even in the game that much in the fourth quarter. Coach Bud, I don't know what's going on there. Number 2, Chris Middleton is supposed to be this defensive stopper. Chris Middleton was guarding him and getting cooked. So if I got 2 guys that are supposed to be, I know I get the title if I'm Giannis is Defensive Player of the Year award and all this other stuff, but I got 2 guys that are specifically in there to stop Kevin Durant. I'm gonna let them try. I'm gonna let them get it. Now you can make the argument after he got to the 40th point and he's out here killing. I was like, all right, get the hell out of the way.
Maybe we
Chris
try
Middleton.
something different.
Yeah, get the hell out of the way, Chris Middleton. But I mean, I don't know. It's not like they had it's not like they had Buddy Hield out there guarding him and Giannis let that happen. Those are 2 guys. PJ Tucker and Chris Middleton are 2 guys that are supposed to be guys that can match up with Kevin Durant.
I thought one of the most amazing things was the post-game interview with Kevin Durant. One, Kevin Durant doesn't sell lame attempts at jokes, and why reporters keep trying to be funny to Kevin Durant, and he continues to not crack a smile. I don't know why they continue to do this. Like, it makes them look silly. The other thing is, Kevin Durant didn't even look like he just played a pickup game.
Jesus.
He was just standing there. Like, no, I'm good. Remember Jimmy, the famous picture? Shoot, Twitter is more tired this morning after all of the NBA news that broke than Kevin Durant was last night. Kevin Durant made playing 48 minutes last night look easy. And he's standing there in that post game. He ain't got a drop of sweat on him. He ain't breathing heavy. He ain't,
Steve Nash looked more exhausted.
He probably was. Steve Nash was probably significantly more. He collapsed into Kevin Durant's arms last night. Like, hold me, KD. Like, man, let's go. But KD looked like he made that look so effortless. And but there's again, it's a 12-hour show today. We've just got too much content. Go ahead. James Harden played 46 minutes last night.
Come on, man. Come on, 46.
Now, he was completely ineffective, but
numbers wise,
right? Yeah, but I don't think he was a defensive juggernaut either. But unless Jeff Green is blowing smoke and he doesn't really come across as the smoke blowing guy. Mm-hmm. It meant a lot to them that James Harden was out there and they had a game plan for if Harden could play and was limited. Mm-hmm. And they seemed to execute it to perfection because James Harden, I felt like, was never really moving at a speed above 60%.
Absolutely not.
Granted, James Harden never moves at a very, high speed, period. But he really looked like
he wasn't attacking the basket.
You know what I feel like Brooklyn did? It feels like Brooklyn played really, really smart. They didn't try to outwork Milwaukee. They tried to outsmart Milwaukee. and they played a slower pace game to benefit James Harden, and the fact that they knew they were going to have to play Kevin Durant a ton of minutes. Now, I don't know if they knew Kevin Durant was going to have to play 48 minutes, but he did, and he made it look easy. And James Harden absolutely should be applauded, despite the fact I thought he looked terrible out there in the first half. And when the team was down, I was like, hey, man, Jeff Green, maybe he's doing more hurt than help. But that turned out to not be the case. They continued to keep him out there. And I thought it was smart, too. There was a point in the first half where I kept looking, like I'm watching the game, and I would look down at the time like, damn, James Harden's still out there. And I wouldn't focus on the score of the time, nothing, watching the game. I look down 4 minutes of damn, James Harden's still out there. And then I realized with that 46 minutes, your best bet is to probably keep him out there, because the last thing you want that. Exactly.
He can't come out and get that hammy cold and all this other stuff. So he just got to go around there. I'm not going to sit up here and act like
roses to James Harden.
Oh, look at that.
Now someone check the temperature in hell.
Look at that down. Jesse, put that on a shirt. Don is dope. Put that on a shirt. Damien, roses to James Harden. Put it on a shirt.
I'm cutting this out of the YouTube feed. I'm cutting this out of the Twitch feed. I'm cutting this out of the podcast. This will never exist past this moment.
But James wasn't effective scoring wise. He couldn't drive. Like he couldn't move.
Which is a strong suit.
Yeah. He wasn't getting into the paint. He couldn't. The one time that he got the little and one, I mean, he moved as slow as molasses to get 15 feet away and shoot the ball. So he wasn't effective in that aspect, but it gave another serious ball handler. It's somebody that, even like with the fact that he couldn't move, he had to be respected out there for even his catch and shoot ability. So he wasn't making shots, but Drew Holiday couldn't be like, well, I'm just going to leave him completely open and we'll live with it. They can't do that with James Harden. Maybe they do that with Mike James, but they can't do that with James Harden, because the one thing he could do yesterday was catch and shoot. So, well, he had the ability to. He didn't make much, but he had the ability to do that.
That lift was tough.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was surprised that he was out there. When I saw him playing, I was like, oh, he's got nothing out there. But he did. He made some good little passes here. The backdoor cut to KD, the backdoor cut to Joe Harris, things of that nature. So just having another threat out there. Kudos to James Harden. I know I defend him out here. I'm not a huge James Harden fan, but I mean, I got to show him respect for going out there and playing 46. And when his team needed it, like his team absolutely needed him to at least try. And he was more than willing to just go out there and try as best he could.
We got to talk about Reggie Miller's idea too.
We got to talk about that. We do have to talk about that.
He got roasted for it. Like he got I think Reggie Miller has hit the status now where people are just waiting for him to say something stupid. Like, how we watch Magic Johnson's Twitter timeline really closely.
Bucks had nobody to blame but themselves last night.
That's probably the most insightful thing he's ever said. Normally he would just write, the Bucks lost because Kevin Durant was really good. And I feel like now we just watch Reggie Miller because he often says weird stuff during the game, that now we're just waiting for him to say. He didn't even call it a game last night. And he came up with this idea of how Brooklyn should approach Game 6. And really, in theory, I don't think it's that awful.
That's what I was going to say.
Except when you take one really particular thing into account. And we just talked about it. And we'll lay it all out for you here in just a minute, because I realize we're talking about Reggie Miller's tweet and we didn't even tell you what Reggie Miller tweeted. We'll get to that in just a second, and we'll also dive into the difficult conversation about Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
All right, here we go. The Summer of Cash contest rolls along. Your opportunity to win $1,000 is right now. Just text the code word MASTER.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yo.
At least it's today and not Friday. Just text the code word I really should look at these in advance. Text the code word master to 72881. That's master. As in, there's no chance in hell I'm going to use master in a sentence. Text master to 72881.
Yo, come on, man. We couldn't have something like orange. Apple couldn't be the word. That's what we came up with.
Again,
there's a trillion words in the dictionary, and that's the one we're using, huh? On D'Lo and KC.
At least they did it today. It could have been worse. Could have been way worse. This is a multi-state contest. We might have to go to break early. I'm going to need a minute. Message and data rates apply. Remember, don't text and drive. Okay.
Oh, man.
So Reggie, I can't wait till Friday when the word's freedom. Reggie Miller tweeted, by the way, shouldn't we have Friday? Shouldn't we have Friday off? Isn't that the new?
Yeah,
I mean, I know
it's like an official holiday now. Ain't it?
I know it's Saturday, so shouldn't we get Friday off? Because I would be happy if we were off Friday and Whitey worked.
Yo.
If Whitey filled in for us and we were off on Friday. I think Whitey and Kyle would do a great job on Friday.
Yo,
this
guy
great
D'Lo, bro.
They did a great job when they filled in for us. Whitey's an ESPN 1320 legend. Okay. All right. Let's
take us to break.
That's fine. That's fine. We need a break. We need to talk about Giannis. Logan Murdock's going to join us coming up here at 1:30. We'll be back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
And the great part is, it's Whitey Gleason. What's the problem? It's Whitey Gleason.
I'm getting an ab workout right now. This crazy, man.
I'm looking at the word, and I'm like, oh wait, I'm looking at my this. I put this form together every day, and I'm looking at this. Oh wait, that's the 2:00 word. And I scroll up, and it's like, you've got to be kidding me. You can't be serious. All right. Imagine texting master to someone.
I tell you, I swear I'm getting an ab workout in that last 3 minutes, man. Come on, man.
Imagine texting master and then putting a question mark at the end of it to a random number. Oh man, I'm sorry.
Oh, jeez. You can catch Damien at the punchline all weekend. He'll be at Laughs Unlimited all weekend.
I just love that Whitey is our fill-in guy, and we can just regularly just blurt out, yeah, Whitey's here.
Fam, bro.
Tune into Whitey.
Jesus.
Oh, man.
I'm going to need all 3.5 minutes that we have right now.
Gosh almighty.
Oh, man. It's either that or Toby. One of the two. One of the two.
Text cornbread in me. 72881. Text Cooley High.
Jesus, shot like a man. Oh my gosh.
I am gonna check here what the you've got to be shitting me. I just looked at the 3:00 word.
Oh man.
This is a rib. As Bruce Pritchard would say, this is a rib. Wait till y'all hear the 3:00 word.
I'm scared now. Oh, I'm just trying to recover right now, man.
You're just now noticing. I'm texting Danny the 3 o'clock word. It's not that bad, but given what the 1 o'clock word was. Oh my God. Hang on. Wait a minute.
No, Cole.
We're gonna need more time. We're gonna need more time. Add some.
Man. Oh, jeez, man. Hey, Jesse texted to me. Somebody texted to me.
I got
see
you.
that.
I'll text it to the show. I'll text it.
Oh,
I just texted to Danny. Oh man. Oh, how did I not see that before? I try to put all of the word. Okay. Yep. I just cut and pasted this stuff over. All right, we're clear the rest of the week. That wasn't long. We're gonna need to go back to break.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh.
Yo, this show comedy, man. I love Odyssey. This show's comedy. Yeah, boy, oh boy.
It's
boy,
not
oh
even
boy.
the it's bruh. It's them. It's the hoodlums in the chat. Oh, y'all might not be able to see because I got my blue blockers on, man. But legit tears. Ooh, and I'm already sweating. God bless it. It's hot.
Ab workout for the last 5 minutes, man.
Oh.
This is. I love the show.
Let's just all collectively say, Lord, we're sorry. We're sorry for laughing as hard as we did for the last 3.5 minutes.
I love this show. Oh boy.
And we love y'all. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. I can't stress this enough. If you're not watching, man, you're really missing out. I know where to go to the Odyssey app, go to 1320 AM. Nah, fam, go to YouTube, go to Twitch. Because
it's some good stuff, man. There's some good stuff.
I'm more worn out than Kevin Durant was last night. Kevin Durant went 48. I couldn't even go the last 5 minutes. Oh man. Okay.
All right. Let me get it back on the tracks here.
Okay. We're good.
All right. Reggie Miller. Let's go. I don't even know where to go. I don't know how we get in there.
This is Kenny trying to get the show back on track.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Next code word, next chance to win $1,000 coming up at 2:10.
Boy,
Reggie Miller.
I want to be tapped in, man.
Oh, how much longer till the next commercial break? Oh, we got a while. Okay. Reggie Miller tweeted last night. I'm just going to throw this out there to see what the responses will be. If you're Steve Nash and the Nets, would you sit James Harden and Kevin Durant in Game 6 because of the heavy minutes tonight and push all your chips to the center of the table for Game 7? Whew.
It's really not a crazy thought.
In social media, there's this thing called ratioed. Whew. Reggie was ratioed. They went at Reggie's neck for this. And now, truthfully,
it's not a crazy thought.
Just closing the chat. Don't mind me. Here's my only issue with it. You're right. It's not a crazy thought. And I actually had a discussion with my boy last night. He's like, do you think James Harden plays in Game 6? At no point, though, and I think this is part of my line of thinking when I was looking at Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant didn't look tired last night.
He didn't.
So if Kevin Durant's good, I'm absolutely playing him.
And
you can win Game 6. What are you talking about? Pushing chips to the table for Game 7. You can win Game 6 and send them home at home.
Now, I will say this. Ideally, with everything that's going on, what LeBron is talking about, and Kawhi Leonard, what everybody's been talking about or whatever, yes, that might be a thought to sit Kevin Durant. But somebody brought it up in the chat. It's a great point. Kevin Durant been sitting half the year. He ain't had the same grind as all these other guys that have been playing almost for 10 months straight. And that's not, I'm not saying it to knock him. It just is what it is. He's had more rest than these other guys. So 48 is still 48 in the playoff game. It's intense. I get all that, but it's not the same wear and tear as I can't even say Kawhi, because Kawhi took some time off too, but as a Giannis or, you know, Chris Middleton or anything like that. So maybe you can just he can play 48 and then play 42 in game 6 as well, and everything be all good. But my initial thought was it was crazy thought. When I was like, Reggie, shut the hell up. But when you think about it, I mean, it's not the craziest thing in the world. It really isn't.
It wasn't shut the hell up worthy for me for Reggie Miller, but it was like, did you think this through? Like, and I get again, unfiltered stream of, you know, consciousness straight to the world there on Twitter. Again, did you see KD? Like, KD wasn't hunched over like Jimmy Butler was.
Right.
KD was just like, told y'all, y'all want a legacy game? Here's your legacy game right here. Y'all want to question what I can do for a team? Here's what I can do for a team right here. Y'all wanted me to feel LeBron's pain. You wanted me to go out there and do what LeBron does. Okay. I went out and did something LeBron James didn't do. I went out and did something that only Luka Doncic, Charles Barkley, and Oscar Robertson have ever done. I had a 40, 15, and 10 run in the playoffs.
And
a 40 plus.
He should have had a 50. He missed the free throw late, KD. Look, I remember.
And I played 48 minutes.
48 minutes.
Not 47, 45, not 47, 30. He played 48 minutes.
I remember after game 6 of the Western Conference Finals in 2016, I saw what I thought Kevin Durant trick off an opportunity to beat the 73-win Golden State Warriors, to go to the NBA Finals. And I called my mans up and I said, I can't trust this guy. I can't trust this guy. I can't do it.
Whew.
And I saw him go to Golden State. And I saw what he did there. And I was like, he's great. He's a bad man, but took the easy way out. I'm not going to go back on that. I thought I hoped he wouldn't have gone to Golden State. I wanted to see him take a different challenge. He did what he did. It worked out. He's a 2-time champion. Everything's great. But last night, I said, this is the Kevin Durant that people have been asking for pretty much all his career. You know, the chips stacked against him in every way. And to deliver the way he delivered last night. I'm not, I hesitated saying, no, his legacy was on the line. I wasn't going that far. Kevin Durant he was already great. This doesn't make him great or anything like this, but it does give him that moment. We talked about it yesterday. What's his moment? The 3 over LeBron or him tearing his Achilles. Those were probably 2 of them. This game last night was one that we'll remember forever. Sometimes when I watch a game and it's not even like a Kings game or something like that, but it's so special, I'll watch it again or I'll watch it back. Like the 2016 NBA Finals Game 7. That's one of my favorite games to watch because it's just a moment in history. Last night, I watched the 4th quarter again just because Kevin Durant was that amazing. And I loved everything that happened for Kevin Durant and everything he did last night. One of the great performances we'll ever see.
Kevin Durant scored or assisted on 24 of the Nets' 33 points in the quarter. He had a touch on 18 of the Nets' 21 plays. The Nets went 0 for 1 with a turnover and 2 free throws on the 3 plays where Kevin Durant didn't touch the ball.
And KD was locking up last night in the 4th quarter too. I think he was guarding Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday in certain situations, locked them up, forced to miss. It was like I texted you or I tweeted you last night. It's official.
Yep.
He's got the belt.
I was going to bring that up because we
got the belt.
We talked about that like last we talked about that at some point where, you know, we're talking about the best players with maybe you don't have the MVP award, but you got that belt. Like you're Brock Lesnar. Like you might not be the guy who's pushed to the moon, but that's the guy who can't be beat. He is must-see TV. He's the one that you tune in for. And last night it was, it's Katie. And I don't even know that it was like, oh man, it's Kevin Durant that's got the belt. It was a reminder that Kevin Durant is that guy.
Yeah. If there was any question before, if there was any question, any doubt, no, this is a guy that has the belt. And I don't see him giving it up anytime soon. And
I think that's what super teams or whatever. I think this is the diminishing side to them is sometimes it takes away from the player.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes you forget, it's KD, it's Kyrie, it's James Harden, it's Steve Nash, it's all of this other stuff going on in Brooklyn. And then every once in a while, like last night, you're reminded, oh man, Kevin Durant. It's the same thing with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, or LeBron James and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, or whatever combination of different players you want to use. Every once in a while, LeBron does something and you go, whew, LeBron is different. We see it with Kawhi. We saw it with Kawhi like 2 weeks ago, maybe not even that long ago, where it's like, oh man, Kawhi just pulled out a reminder that he is Megatron. Like he can be different when he's ready to be different or when he wants to be different.
No, KD did that. And he may have been this, I'm not going to say may have been, he was this good in Golden State. To your point, he was everything that he did last night he could do when he was at Golden State, but he was never going to get the same love that he's getting today.
Right.
Because of the team that was around him. And that's your point when you talk about super teams take away from that. If Kyrie and James Harden were there last night, he probably wouldn't have got the same love. You know what I'm saying?
Could have had the same performance.
Exactly. Exactly. But for him to, he put that team on his back. And I also got to say this, the Barclays, I think Barclays hit movie status last night.
Oh,
Barclays hit movie status.
With the theater lighting?
Crazy. Yeah. Barclays was crazy. When he started going on, that was, maybe I got caught in the moment. Maybe I got caught in the moment because KD was just crazy, but I felt like Barclays hit movie status in that fourth quarter. It was crazy.
Okay. I know you're big on movie status, which is weird because you hate theater lighting, but you love movie status. Quick question. Are Brooklyn fans legit?
I mean, they're about as legit as Clippers fans, probably less.
Okay. Thank you. I needed that. I needed that. I needed that because I heard that Brooklyn, and I'm sitting here thinking like, I don't think so. I don't think so. This ain't it.
Now, how long have they been in Brooklyn now? Has it been 10 years?
If I don't think it's got to be close. If it hasn't been 10, it's got to be close. What year is it?
They've been in Brooklyn. It's a situation like also I talked about it earlier. It's like, hey, I'm a San Francisco Giants fan. If the Sacramento A's ever happen, I mean, I got love. I got love, right? I'll be at the game. I got love for the Sacramento A's. That's the home team. So they're
10 years next year.
10 years next year. So I'm sure there are people who maybe were Knicks fans or still got love for the Knicks or whatever the case may be, but are from Brooklyn, born and raised in Brooklyn, and now Brooklyn has their team. Then it's like, all right, I'm rocking with the Nets. So I'm sure there are people like that. Yeah, I think the New Jersey Nets have fans too. Maybe they went over, to Brooklyn. So
okay, they was into it last night, and enjoy it. You said, hey, shut down Joe Harris. They needed to shut down Jeff Green, and that's the thing I wanted to be aware of last night. It felt like Kevin Durant hit that status that only I know there are games where I felt like this with LeBron. Like the first game that came to my mind last night when watching was Detroit, was LeBron in Detroit. That game came to my mind. But Kevin Durant hit that like kid status where when I watched Jordan, I never felt like Jordan was going to miss. I never felt like he was going to do anything wrong. Like I felt like as long as the Chicago Bulls had Michael Jordan, they were going to win. And we've got Logan Murdock. So it's kind of the same as having Michael Jordan. Let's bring in Logan Murdock. If he cusses, forgive him. He's been listening to Tupac all day. Logan, what's good, baby?
What's up, man? Ain't no cursing today, man. I don't want to get y'all
My man.
I don't want to get y'all in trouble.
We appreciate that, big dog.
We appreciate you. It's been I don't know where to start, man. It's been a wild, it's been a wild NBA morning. We were obviously talking about Kevin Durant's performance last night. Where would you rank that in great performances that you've seen in recent memory?
Man, I think it might be go down as like the defining performance of his career. LeBron has his Game 6 in Boston. 2012, and I think you got to put LeBron. I mean, you got to put Kevin's right up there with LeBron's performance. Man, there was a certain calm that he had that I had never seen from him before. There was even in Golden State all those years. It just seemed like he kind of sensed the moment, especially when they were down all those points, and you could just see that he wasn't too high, wasn't too low. He was present. And I think it'll go down as his best performance and one of the defining performances of this generation.
Absolutely. And my partner talking about sometimes when you're on a super team or a prestige super team, you can be that great, but it gets taken away a little bit by the public or by the people that watch because they just he's with Stephen Curry. Even in this case, if James and Kyrie were healthy, he was with James and Kyrie. We hadn't seen him with the chips stacked up against him do something like that, and I think that just he was great. You saw him in Golden State. He was probably just as great as he was in Golden State as he was last night, but he was never going to get the same accolades because of Steph and Clay around him. And last night, he got that opportunity to have his moment.
Yeah, I think that, it's a bit unfair to like the super team argument against any superstar. The cream always rises to the top, but I feel like I think this has a bit more significance than anything it did at Golden State because you put in totality. James Harden has an injury. Kyrie is not playing. He's coming off of an Achilles tear. We've never seen anybody play this well off an Achilles tear, and you put all that in totality. I think this is a bit better than anything we've seen in Golden State, just from everything that he's kind of been through, even injuries this season. It's a different level that I haven't seen from Kevin. I've seen a lot from him, but it goes back to the comments. He was in a different Zen vibe. He knew what it was, and I think that he stepped up to the challenge.
Logan Murdock with us here on D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. I felt like the momentum in that series had really shifted towards the Milwaukee Bucks, and I even made an argument that some of the pressure had shifted towards the Milwaukee Bucks. Given what we saw from Kevin Durant last night, and given what's going on in the rest of the league with Kawhi Leonard and the situation with Chris Paul and all of these different things, it looks so bleak when Kyrie went down, but is Brooklyn back to being the favorite for the NBA championship?
Man, they got to get healthy for that. This was just one game, and I think that they need to get James Harden healthy as healthy as he can be, because there was a lot of times where James looked like he was a liability on the floor, and we don't know what's going to happen with Kyrie's injury as well. They have to weather that storm, and if Kevin continues to play like how he did, they can get there. But remember, they were down a lot of points, and this series, by and large, is set up for Milwaukee to win. You have injuries to key players. You kind of stuck your chest out and won against Miami. This is kind of a series you need to win. That being said, if Kevin continues his play like that, it's going to be hard. But by and large, Milwaukee had control of the game for most of that game. Now, can they continue that momentum? Remains to be seen. But I wouldn't say that Brooklyn has just enough firepower just yet to get to the get to the finals, because they just have so many injuries. But they have to get out of this round first. I would say that.
Now, Logan, we're sitting here, we're singing the praises of an all-time performance by Kevin Durant, and we're talking about everything that we witnessed from Kevin Durant last night. But we're probably only doing that because of an equally memorable collapse by the Milwaukee Bucks last night. And the guy that I would say, well, I'm content to say it. Everybody says it, but I say it all the time. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and the guy that's wearing all this right now seems to be honest. Fair, unfair, that his whole legacy seems to be in question after what happened last night.
That's just the game, whether it's fair or not. That's the game.
That's facts.
That's what happens when you put the franchise in your bag and you want to be the MVP. You get this kind of scrutiny, and it's also warranted, man. No matter how you slice it, his team gave up a double-digit lead in a game in a swing game. And if they don't win this series, this is going to go down as another time Giannis didn't win. But what he has going for him in that, if he does lose this series, Jordan has gone through this, Kevin's gone through this, LeBron's gone through this, Kobe's gone through this, Shaq's gone through. Everyone's gone through this, and he can still make his mark on the league. But yeah, man, he deserves to get this criticism right now. I mean, he had the game, he had the series. On the road, you have double digits, and you have to win that type of game. And it remains to be seen whether he wins this series or not. But that's definitely something on his legacy for sure, unless he can get a couple titles.
Kevin Durant's that guy. Steph, LeBron, same. Is Giannis?
I mean, it's not looking so hot right now. Obviously, he's an amazing player, but I think there was some moments where he would settle for 3-pointers down the stretch, where it's like, nah, bro, you need to do what you're best at, and it doesn't. And all the great ones have something that they're the best at. And he was going to the cup, and he was settling for fadeaways, settling for threes, like he was Reggie Miller. I don't know, man. I think he has a talent to be one of those dudes. He has the ceiling to be one of those dudes. Hell, he has the accolades to be one of those dudes, but he has to have the postseason wins and the postseason success to be one of those dudes, and it's not happening right now.
And Logan, I look at Coach Bud there, man, because I look at Giannis and I watch him play and I watch his shot attempts, and I'm like, why is this guy on the perimeter so much? He's 7 foot. He's the center essentially, and yes, he has some ball handling abilities. Yes, he has great court vision and can pass the ball. But I feel like they let that cloud the fact that he shouldn't be out on the perimeter all game long. And he gets in situations late in the game last night where he's got James Harden on him, and he's not used to being on the block and having to make strong moves on a regular basis. So he goes with the fadeaway jump shot. And I just, some of that goes on basketball IQ of the actual player, but I feel like for so long, Coach Bud's offense has lended itself to him being out there too much, and now there's no going back. What do you think about the job that Coach Bud has done, not only this series, but the whole time with Giannis, preparing him for maybe a moment like this?
I just want to say my co-host Roger Dog from the Romans podcast, you guys can see on Mondays and Thursdays. He was really upset with that, with the lack of movement that not just Giannis had, but the Bucks had as a whole. And a lot of that's the criticism that the Bucks have been having under Coach Bud, is that they don't move the ball when they do need to, and their offense is a bit vanilla down the stretch of games, and he doesn't put his players in position to win in these types of atmospheres. And so, I mean, I think he's earned that indictment, to be honest with you. I think that he's earned that over the last few years. And let's be honest, man, this is a year that Bud needs to figure it out. Because you get the feeling that the Bucks have hit a ceiling, and all the stuff that I'm talking right now could go through out the window if Giannis goes out and falls and they win the next 2 games. But Bud is for sure on the hot seat, and he's earned that with his lack of playoff success and just hitting the glass ceiling as a whole with Milwaukee. So we got to see over the next 2 games, but changes should be made if they keep hitting the ceiling.
It's Pac's 50th birthday. You can't rock essentials. You can't rock the essentials, but you can rock one album all day long. Which one is it?
All day long. Okay, I'm gonna go with All Eyes on Me. My favorite, but All Eyes on Me is like a summer album, so I'm gonna rock All Eyes on Me. I'm gonna rock with that.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Maybe it's because that's when I first kind of got in the pocket. I know Me Against the World and everything. I know that the hits, I get around all that other stuff, but All Eyes on Me was the first album that I anticipated. I was like, oh, Pac, you on that floor now too? And then he just came with the heat. I'm the same. That first this is crazy.
Okay. All right.
We have to bring it back on. We'll have that conversation. Yeah, we have to have that conversation.
Well, you don't start that stuff.
Come on now. Hey. It's not even the best double disc. It's not better than like After Death.
All right. Okay. All right. I don't play a hater when I'm.
Let's.
Would you play? What's your phone number?
I mean,
What we really should acknowledge is they just should have made both of those album one disc and probably have been fighting over the greatest album in history had they done that. I'm a me against the
a lot of albums, but I still
for
think
real.
that All Eyes on Me is the best album.
Nah, that's a great one. This is a great one. This one is crazy to me. I love it.
When that piano hits for the track with Devontae.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
with Devontae.
Man. Good.
Now I gotta play it.
Go get it. Go get it, Logan. We appreciate you, fam. Thanks for joining us.
For sure. Thanks for having me.
All right. That's Logan Murdock, the ringer. You heard him. He's got the podcast with Raja Bell over there on theringer.com, man. Yeah, it's Pac's 50th birthday. You see that all over social media today. I have social. I'm waiting for more tragic news to come out of the NBA.
Oh my God.
So I've got
good news, maybe.
Like, please, anything. Like, I've got the phone next to me. I've got the desktop app up, and I'm looking like, well, Juneteenth is trending. Not clicking on that. But wait a minute. Why is Will Smith trending?
What in the world? Yo, what's going on, man?
And then I click on it, and it's like, okay, this is Pac related. All right.
I still don't even know what the hell is going on there.
Well, somebody they dug up a video, that video of Pac and Jada dancing to Parents Just Don't Understand, which is really bizarre. But like you see it, and then it's pretty much people unloading on Will Smith.
Let that man live.
Who's a national treasure. Like, are you kidding me? How you going at Will Smith?
Let that man live. You know what I thought about this morning?
Will Smith is #1 everywhere except for in Jada's heart.
That's
cold. God. Like, geez.
That is just cold, man. Leave that man alone. Let him live. You know what I thought about this morning?
Y'all talking about?
What I thought about this morning is, I woke up to everything going on in the NBA. Is all I could think about was my partner Damian saying, "Tweet faster." That was just in a whirlwind.
Not even at that moment. It was like, yo, can y'all stop? Because this has gotten to be too much. Like the Chris Paul thing, I think it was first, and it's like, all right, it might not be that bad. Like, let's see what happened. And then just everything that happened after that got progressively worse. We rewrote the show 4 freaking times till finally at 10:30, we were like, guys, forget it. We're going to do the show. We're not going to do it in the way that it's written. We're just going to do the show. Yeah. And we're going to come back and we're going to give you another opportunity to win $1,000. That'll be eventful. And we kind of started the conversation with Logan there, but Giannis. Let's talk about it.
I'm gonna be the Johnny Cochran for Giannis.
Okay, I like it. As D'Lo and KC roll along here, check us out, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or the Odyssey app on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
KC here, and I know everybody is talking about refinancing their homes, talking about taking out equity, getting mortgages right now because the interest rates are currently below 3% APR. I just started the process recently, but I already feel comfortable knowing that my broker at City Center Financial is looking out for me and trying to make sure that I get the best rates possible. And check this out. If it's not in my wife and I's best interest or it doesn't reach our goals, my mortgage broker, Sam, said he would recommend waiting. After I heard that gave me even more confidence in my choice to go with City Center Financial's brokers. For a married man like myself, I'm looking for someone that works well with not just me, but also with the Queen Bee. It's such a relief to know that she feels as good about working with City Center Financial as I do. So if you're thinking about refinancing to fix up your home or take out some of that equity, before you do anything, you have to reach out to City Center Financial first. Go to GoCityCenter.com. That's GoCityCenter.com today to start your refinance journey. City Center Financial, the most options and the best rates. Okay, well, you calm down too, Jesse. Relax. No, it is fire though. Don't get it twisted. It is absolute fire. I think it slows down a little bit in the second disc. It slows down just a little bit. They had a couple fillers in there that didn't need to be there, but I mean, it's fire. The first disc is crazy. The first disc is flawless. That's a 5-star album in itself. So I will not slander All Eyes on Me at all. King Voss, I watched a little bit of it last night. I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I wouldn't say I'm a critic. Like, it's not bad. I was sitting there. I was kind of locked in on it for about 10 minutes, but it's whatever. Like, they do a great job of putting that on after Inside the NBA. If it came on by itself, I don't think I'd be watching the Cube.
Literally the hottest damn room in the house.
That's going to be a conversation.
James Harden is not on the Nets injury report.
He
is no longer injured.
No, that is not good at all, Ramsey. No.
Lord have mercy, Father, help us all.
Oh, you know
what song stuck in my head now?
No, Toss It Up is a good song. Since you know what? Your phone number, I can't help but call. Ooh.
What song is stuck in my head now is Play a Hater.
I remember I read a story where the Locks are like mad about that because Puffy took all their parts. Like, they were supposed to be singing with them and Junior Mafia, or someone was supposed to be singing with Biggie, and Puffy just took all their parts. They said that Brenda's got a belly, but Brenda's barely got a brain. Damn shame. The girl can barely spell the name.
Did he say he wants to talk about Will Smith? Okay. Yeah, he's going to bring up I don't know who. I think it was Mark Stein that just tweeted James Harden not on the Nets injury report.
Oh boy.
Therefore, he is no longer injured.
He's healed.
It's a miracle.
I got a question just texted me just now.
Okay.
And maybe we could put it out there, give you time to think about it, give the people time to think about it, and maybe we revisit it later. We don't have to have a whole discussion.
With it.
But my man, shout out to my man Elijah Hicks. He texted me with a question. He said the Kings somehow got a top 5 pick. Let's say they got number 4.
Okay.
Would you trade that for Paul George? I think a lot of people will be like, hell no. But I want to ask the question. What are the chances that whoever you draft is going to be better than Paul George? I don't think they're as high as people think they are.
Understood.
Now, you'll have that guy forever, like the Mavericks have Luka Doncic. So that probably ends that
whether
discussion.
he's happy or not. Yeah.
Right. So that ends that discussion. Paul George has 4 years remaining on his contract. So that's not like 2, that's 4. But yeah, I think the time of service is probably the X factor there. But I do think that it would be a little surprising if any of those guys ended up having being a better player than Paul George.
Yeah, I mean, Paul George is a very good player. Obviously, he gets poked fun at a lot, but I don't know. I mean, you have Paul George is a win now guy,
mm-hmm.
And then perhaps, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head how old Paul George is, but
might be 30. Maybe.
Ooh, well,
no, I don't even think he's that old. He might be like 28.
Nope. He's 31.
31. Wow.
Yeah.
Paul George has been in our life for a long time.
Yeah, Paul George has been in our life a long time. I think I'm good with number 4.
Okay.
I think I'm good with number 4. Paul George, he may get you there right now.
Yes.
Which I guess I guess how desperate are you for this postseason drought to come to an end?
Desperate. I'm pretty desperate.
Yeah.
If you said you did that and you get the playoffs for at least the next 2 years,
Well, okay,
I might do it.
what if it was this? You trade the number 4 pick,
Mhm.
you get Paul George, you're guaranteed to make the playoffs next year. Guaranteed. Not the postseason. You're guaranteed the
You get a
playoffs.
series.
You're guaranteed the playoffs, and you don't know what happens after that. You know next year for sure.
What the hell is this? The cube?
You don't know what happens after that. Hey, but you know the postseason draft. You might be the Minnesota Timberwolves. You might be the Golden State Warriors. I don't really know. But you could make that trade. Paul George gets you to the playoffs, gets the Sacramento Kings to the playoffs next year. That means 6th seed next year. But anything after that, I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie, I'd do it. I would tell you right now, I'd do it. If you guaranteed me the playoffs, a series in the playoffs right now, then that's how thirsty I am. Like that Malcolm X, Denzel Washington, Malcolm X. Boy, that boy sure is thirsty. That brother is thirsty. Yes, I am. Give me Paul George. Take that number 4 pick away. Get me to the playoffs next year, and I'll roll the dice with whatever happens after that.
That's tough to argue. That's tough to argue. Let's bring in our man Big Al here. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. Big Al, what's going on, man?
Hey, I got a couple of quick drive-by for you. Hey, first of all, yeah, Will Smith, come on. Now, just a song, not an album, but who doesn't like? In fact, I'll go back on YouTube. I know how to use YouTube. And DJ Jazzy Jeff and Will Smith Summertime, you get you some of that. You get it.
Absolutely.
That is a bad song.
It's an all-time classic. It's an all-time classic. You hear it every June. Every June, absolutely.
Absolutely. And an unknown one, I mean, not unknown to your age and most of the people out there in your land, right? But Earth, Wind, and Fire, right? Earth, Wind, and Fire. Let me think about that. Summer Madness.
Big Al, I ain't gonna lie, Big Al. We had a bet as to whether or not you were gonna bring up an old school musician, and Big Al, you paid off in dividends, my brother. We love you so much.
That's right. It was Cool in the Gang, I think, but that's a great instrumental song. Anyway,
Would you say Summer Madness?
Summer Madness.
I think they referenced that in Summertime.
This is the Fresh Prince's new definition of summer madness.
Yeah.
It crosses over. But anyway, Budenholzer, you got to say the man's name. I mean, the guy's perfect for Wisconsin. Budenholzer, the old Stormers. Hey, they don't win. He's going to be fired. He has to be. I mean, he doesn't do everything. But why couldn't the man say, Giannis, you got to take Durant for some series part of the game. You heard that stat.
Mm-hmm.
He started him only in the first half for about 4 possessions. Durant was 0 for 2 of those possessions where he's really guarding. He lit everybody else up.
That's fact.
Giannis, you're a 2-time MVP. What are you doing?
I agree, Big Al. I agree. They got it. With 4 minutes left to go in that game, Giannis should have been on that. He should have been on that.
Hey, Jesse, good call there, man.
Yeah,
that was well done.
Do I know my callers or do I know my callers?
Absolutely. Little known fact. Well, I shouldn't say. Maybe a lot of people knew it. I didn't know it till like 2 or 3 years ago. Summertime, written by Rakim.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah. Now, how about this? Rakim writes that song and gives it away. What if he would have kept that song? That would have been Rakim's an all-time legend. That would have easily been the biggest song of his career.
Summertime. No. When
was the last time they played? What's the name? Microphone Fiend?
Okay, but that's not a Rakim record. Can you here it is?
Now I bet you when you hear it now, you're gonna hear Rakim all through the song.
Well, now the first line that actually sounds exactly like a Rakim line. Here it is, a groove slightly transformed, just a bit of a break from the no. Don't y'all? Let me tell y'all something. You ain't gonna ruin Will Smith for me. You ain't gonna ruin Will Smith for me. Because why some people I got into hip hop because of NWA. I got into hip hop because of Grandmaster Flash and Melly Mel. No, I got into hip hop because of DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince and the Fat Boys. That's what I could listen to when I was younger.
We got breaking news.
Oh,
Donnie is saying that's cap. He said that was a myth.
Oh, it's a myth. Are you getting your news from the chat again? Is that where did you get this?
That was a rumor. Sure sounds like Rakim. I don't know. Donnie would know better than I would, to be honest with you.
He would.
But
now that I hear it, it is.
He says Rakim was offered Summertime. Maybe turn it down.
Okay, that sounds right.
Manny says he didn't write it.
Wow, you're getting eviscerated.
I am.
You're the Giannis Antetokounmpo of this show right now. You are the Giannis Antetokounmpo of this.
Sounds just like Rakim, though.
It was nice while it lasted. The 90 seconds that it lasted. Thank God the chat's here to correct you.
I had me some little known facts.
I'm really thinking, how did I never know that before? We've got Chicago-based producers Hulu and K-Fingers. I don't see who it was written by. Concept. It doesn't. Somebody
it doesn't
say who it was written by.
Manny says he spoke on hearing it and said that he thought Will stole his whole thing. So yeah, no,
that's not. I never. Okay. Okay. Well, here's a Rolling Stone magazine line. Over a funky, laid-back beat, a young Will Smith does a fantastic Rakim impression over a sample of Kool and the Gang's Summer Madness and drops an ode to hanging out and driving around his native Philly.
He did a hell of a Rakim impression. That sounds like Rakim.
I never thought about it until you said it. And now y'all ain't gonna ruin Will Smith for me. Not with Pac, not with Jada, and not with Rakim.
Well, look, Will S is not gonna ruin hip hop for me. As he comes in here, he said, "I heard Rakim didn't write most of his songs to keep it 100." Goodbye, Will S.
Put Will on timeout, please. No Rakim slander here.
None. We'd still be rapping like, if it wasn't for Rakim.
Sounds kind of like Warriors fans. You're listening to ESPN 1320 as if you had any doubt. Stilo and KC on KIFM West, Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch the show. You can take part in the chat. You can get blocked like Will S. may just have on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You want to get in on the phone lines. Obviously, a whole lot to talk about today outside of Will Smith and Rakim at 916-349-1320. We've got your next opportunity to win $1,000 coming up here in about 11 minutes or so with a nice, safe code word. Again, that's coming up in just about 11 minutes from now. We've got your opportunity to win $1,000 4 different times a day with the Summer of Cash contest here. 10 minutes past the hour of every hour that D'Lo and KC are here on the air with you. Obviously been an incredibly eventful less than 24 hours with the incredible performance from Kevin Durant last night. Then we wake up to the news of Chris Paul going into health and safety protocols. Not really much clarification about what's going on there. If he's vaccinated, the time will be much shorter. If he's not, he could very well miss the start of the Western Conference playoffs, which that's going to create a discussion there. Stan Van Gundy out in New Orleans. Scotty Brooks out in Washington. And Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard's out for Game 5. Kawhi Leonard very well may be out for the Western Conference Finals.
Damn.
Sadly, we're just waiting for the tweet to tell us whether Kawhi Leonard is out for next year. With an ACL tear. So any information comes across us in the next 2 hours, we will certainly pass it along to you. It's obviously been a very, very eventful morning coming out of a incredible game last night between the Bucks and the Nets. And we will have some time to get to the Giants. We got Law Murray set to join us. He covers the Clippers for The Athletic. But let's have this conversation about Giannis. I asked Logan Murdock here a minute ago, and I posed this question. And actually, let's get to what you said last night, because I posed the question because I'm a broadcast journalist.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do. I ask questions, and I gauge the response, and I bring it here to the radio show. Or I don't gauge the response. I see the response, and I bring the response here to the radio. And the question I asked was, do we need to have a difficult conversation about Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Mm-hmm.
And your response was what?
I said, quote, tweet. I don't know if you quote tweets or whatever, but I said, I mean, he did just have 34 and 12 in a must-win game 5.
He did. And let me ask you this. Did you feel at any time during that 35 and 12 that did you at any point fear Giannis like you feared Kevin Durant last night?
No. But
did you at any point think
people in the world that you could fear like Kevin Durant?
But didn't we anoint Giannis to be one of those guys? Hasn't Giannis been anointed? Giannis has one of the most fascinating, which this is in the conversation where I'll stall him out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
His career trajectory is not like Kevin Durant's. It's not like LeBron James. It's not like these other guys that he's, he averaged 6 points his rookie year.
Mm.
He averaged 12 his second year, 16 his third year. When his rookie extension was coming up, he was averaging 16 points per game.
Mm.
Then 22, then 26. Then he starts to become that MVP caliber player. Then he gets anointed. So we saw his skill level change, obviously. And I would argue we saw him learn to be a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Learning to be that upper echelon player is different. And I don't think he has that yet. I don't think he's that. He was anointed. Giannis Antetokounmpo was absolutely anointed. And we saw the first level of, I don't know if backlash is the right word, but I think you'll know what I mean. This year, when it's like, yo, this man didn't even finish top 3 in MVP voting.
Mm-hmm.
Like he won the last 2 MVPs, and he was just as good this year, but he wasn't top 3. I think Steph Curry was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. His team didn't even make the playoffs, but one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference Giannis doesn't get a nod, not even top 3. And that, I think, was the first. He's good. He's really, really good. But should we have anointed him the way that we did? Like, he was the face of the franchise, or he was the face of the league. And I think now it's like, oh, maybe let's pump the brakes here a little bit on this, because there are some other things that he has to learn to do. And I think the thing that Giannis has to learn to do the most, and perhaps this is the most difficult part because only a handful of guys, as you just said, have this. Kevin Durant, as we saw, has this. Steph Curry has this. LeBron James certainly. I'm going to say LeBron James still has this.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to be a killer. He's got to be a killer. When we saw one leg, one hamstring. James Harden waving off help. No, I'll guard Giannis. He ain't going to do nothing. I'm going to guard him. He needs to be the guy. He's calling off help. The Brooklyn Nets got a game plan. James Harden's changing it. Giannis has to be the guy to go out on the floor, pull PJ Tucker aside or Chris Middleton aside. No. I got him. I got 35. He's not 35 anymore. I got KD. I got him.
Yeah. So
I don't think he knows how to be a killer. And then Buddy healed the ball right down there.
Man,
he was a foot away from tying the game. Buddy healed the ball right back to
Charles Barkley
Brooklyn.
was right though. I think he was afraid of getting fouled. He was afraid of the contact. And
there's
everything up.
There's the other thing. Can you be that guy if you can't go to the foul line late in the game?
I'm not saying he's this guy at all, but Shaq couldn't go to the foul line late in games.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yes, but he's never going to be Shaq either. I want to make that perfectly clear. But so this is where I look at with Giannis. regardless of how it went down or anything like that, I mean, once again, 34-12 on the road, 14-22. It's not like he took 37 shots. He was 14-22 last night. Giannis hit some big shots in that fourth quarter. Giannis hit some big shots during that run when the Nets were trying to get back. He didn't hit all the shots. He had to fade away on James Harden and all this other stuff. But he wasn't Ben Simmons invisible out there in that fourth quarter.
Shot number 2 at Ben Simmons today. I like it.
Hey, maybe Ben Simmons has a great game today. I hope
I hope for Philly's sake he does.
Ben Simmons. I don't wish bad things on him.
I hope for Philly's sake he does.
Yeah. But it wasn't that. Now, he fumbled the ball at the end. He had that issue with James Harden in the post. Hell, let me make sure I got this right. He was 4 of 7 from the free throw line last night. At one point, he was 4 of 6. He was out there doing about as good as he could do from the free throw line. I thought Giannis showed up last night. Now, is he a finished product? Is he on that level of Kevin Durant? We obviously saw he's not there. But here's the other thing I'll say about that. And this is the mistake that I feel a lot of people have made with Giannis. I feel that Coach Budenholzer has made with Giannis. I talked to Logan about it. The man is a sinner. He's not going to do the things that KD does. He's not going to do the things that even Kawhi or Dame or Steph does. Those are perimeter players. He's not going to hit that dagger 3, and they keep wanting Giannis to hit that dagger. He can't shoot. Until he shoots, nothing's going to change. No, to me, until he gets dominant on the block and somebody actually puts him on the block and he spends 75% of the game on the block and then around the key and 25% on the perimeter instead of the other way around, that's when things will change. So I understand having a conversation about Giannis, but I think it needs to be tossed out immediately. Giannis is fine. Giannis is one of the great players. I'm not saying not saying he is. He's one of the great players in the game today. Mm-hmm. He's definitely worthy of being two-time MVP and in the conversation this year. He's going through his growing pains. There's things that he's got to get over. And this is more traditionally what we see in the NBA. And to be honest with you, even with the super team thing and everything, we still see it from our all-time greats. LeBron didn't win till 8 years into the league? Kevin Durant didn't win 8-9 years into the league. This is what happens. He's got to figure it out. He's got to go through the growing pains. He's got to get better from these moments. And I think Giannis, at the end of the day, whether it's in Milwaukee or somewhere else, he's gonna be all right. He's gonna be all right.
Okay, a couple of follow-ups there. If the Bucks were in a position, and you could absolutely argue that tomorrow night they will be, but if the Bucks are in a position like Brooklyn was last night, and we looked at that like Kevin Durant, like we talked about it all during the show, this is Kevin Durant's moment. James Harden or not. Like James Harden's not going to. I saw Mark Stein tweet something. I was so embarrassed for him tweeting this. Talking about, I can't help but think of the time fresh out of quarantine, he goes and plays Portland and drops 44. Like Mark, stop. That's not the same thing. Like this man's playing with one hamstring in game 5 of a semifinals. Like, what are you talking about? Did you really just float out there like I got this feeling? Like, stop it. Like, we knew James was going to be out there in some odd percentage of James Harden. We put that game last night on Kevin Durant's back well before the game started. Tomorrow's game, you could argue, is on the back of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Can he deliver?
If he has 34 and 12 and they lose again, is that him not delivering?
If he has 34 and 12, do you feel like he delivered?
Off the top of my head.
Because Durant had 49 last night. And what was it, 49, 15, and 10?
Yeah, but
I think.
So
I'm sorry. I sorted him 49, 17, and 10.
I'll say this. That's another level. Giannis ain't on like that level. That's another level. There's like 3 or 4 guys on that level.
I think there's 2. Is Steph?
Maybe so. I put Kawhi on there because we saw Kawhi do something like that a couple of days ago.
We did.
Or about a week ago.
I just feel like Kawhi don't want to do it. He's like, look, all right, fine. If I have to, I'm going to. That's it.
That's how it happens.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the
He's like the
money.
most reluctant superstar out there. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your, and God, I hope he's okay. Here's your chance to win $1,000 right now. Text the code word concert.
Okay.
72881. That's concert. As in Rakim is performing Will Smith songs at his concert. 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Messages and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Yes, I absolutely have to read that every single time. Steph, did we mention Steph on that?
So here's the funny thing about Steph. I would put him in there. Steph has had some stinkers in big games. He's had some stinkers. He's had some rough moments in NBA Finals games and all this other stuff. Now, some would say, Danny in San Francisco would say, Warrior fans would say that he's made up for those, in other NBA Finals games and playoff games. I'm not here to say Steph isn't clutch, but Steph has had a lot of moments like worse than Giannis had last night in big moments. That's all I'm going to say. So after hearing that information, do you want to put him up there with Kevin Durant and LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard?
I wanted to. I don't think I can.
That
I need to see him do it.
Yeah.
Like I need to see him do it. Is he really scared to go to the foul line? Like he does. Like there was a point.
When you say wanted, you meant wanted for Giannis, not for Steph. You are putting Steph up there.
Yeah, I think I'd put Steph up.
Okay,
there.
that's fine.
Yeah, I'd put Steph. I put Steph up there. For Giannis, I wanted to. I wanted to put Steph up there. I mean, I wanted to put Giannis up there. I wanted to put Giannis in that elite group.
All right.
I need to see something from tomorrow, man. Like if it was all on Kevin Durant's shoulders last night, it's going to be on Giannis Antetokounmpo's shoulders tomorrow. And I'm going to ask another question to you. Why did they lose last night? How did Milwaukee lose that game last night? Because this team was up 16. Like I thought
in the third quarter.
I think somebody I know and love tweeted the Brooklyn Nets are done. I can't remember who it was, but I think somebody tweeted that. I'll have to dig up that old tweet and see if I can find it.
It's okay.
Oh, okay. I won't dig it up. I'll find the text that said Dwayne Dedman playoffs or something along those lines. We'll come back. I do want your answer as to why they lost that game. Then we're going to shift our attention to the Los Angeles Clippers. Boy, the outlook of their playoff situation looks very, very different. The outlook of next season looks very, very different. Law Murray covers the Clippers for The Athletic. He's going to join us as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right,
Our reads done? Go ahead. Our reads done for the day? Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm not going to do this, but if you just pull up the game log of the NBA Finals 2016, I didn't know he had this few points. 17 points in that game 7.
That was a tough game.
17.
That was a tough game, man. What was the final score of that game?
It was like 93-89 or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
I don't go with that. I think Steph is fine in big moments, but there's a lot of people that believe he falls short a little bit. I mean, damn. He had 11 points in game 3, a game they won in 2018. 11 points in the NBA Finals. Now that's sandwiched in between a 33-point performance and a 37-point performance. Steph is fine with me. I ain't saying nothing about Steph. I ain't saying a damn thing. I wouldn't believe a word Matt Nagy ever says.
Oh my gosh, man. That dude. I can't deal with like what was he doing yesterday? Someone asked him, "Do you have a starting quarterback?" And he's like, "Yeah, Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton's the starting quarterback." And the guy says, "I just want to clarify, Justin Fields can't win the job." And Matt Nagy goes, "No, Justin Fields can't win the job. Andy Dalton is the starting quarterback." Like,
come on, man.
Okay. I like that. Ride with that, Matt Nagy. That's exactly what Bill O'Brien did with Deshaun Watson. 1 half in. You know what? Bad idea. Bill O'Brien should have been fired that second. You actually thought, who was it? I can't remember if it was the Macho Man, Tommy Savage, or Matt Schaub, or who it was.
I think it was Schaub.
Was it Schaub?
TJ Yates.
I'm about to buy all this Bo Jackson gear, man.
That is dope.
Y'all need to go over to the dopeones.com. Whew. Y'all need to go over to the dopeones.com and see these new Bo Jackson joints. He's got some Ken Griffey Jr. things up here too. Man. Clean as a whistle.
It's crazy.
I can't decide which one of these I want, what color I want. Oh, that black is clean. Man. I get that Juneteenth joint too. Donnie makes some great stuff, man.
Very talented.
He makes some great stuff.
That's my guy.
Ooh, a Bo hoodie. Come on, man. What y'all doing? Oh, no mas. No mas. Love Bo Jackson, man. Another chance for you to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes past the 3 o'clock hour. Law Murray said to join us coming up here in just a heartbeat. I want to ask you real quick before we shift our attention to the Los Angeles Clippers. We talked about Giannis. We talked about Kevin Durant. Why did the Bucks lose that game last night?
What they just choked. They just choked. And in my opinion, I know guys get on me all the time when I say coaching doesn't matter, and I'm not blaming it on the coaches because those guys had to make shots. They didn't make shots. They had to get stops. They didn't get stops. But I don't think Coach Bud had them ready for that level and prepared to do what they needed to do to bring it home. And it's tough to say because he did good enough to get them to a 16, 17-point lead in the third quarter. Mm-hmm. But the second they were hit with a little adversity or they got hit in the mouth, they weren't able to. They were shell shocked. And Coach Bud, if you look, Coach Bud, he'd be up there with his hands on the back of his. He'd be looking shell shocked.
I told you he looked like death in that fourth quarter interview in Game 3 when they were staring at a 3-0 deficit. And it's going to be a stunner if Brooklyn finishes this out and Bud gets fired and immediately rehired, because Mike Budenholzer now is falling into the Mike D'Antoni territory for me. Now, not fair, and I understand that's not fair because Mike D'Antoni's been doing it for a lot longer than Mike Budenholzer has. But if you're Portland, like these rumors of Portland, you're already seeing Mike D'Antoni linked to the Pelicans job. For what? To get you, hey, I'd love Mike D'Antoni to come coach the Kings. You'll probably get to the play-in. He'll get you as far as your talent will get you. Is that the playoffs? Cool. You ain't getting to a championship. You just are not. It's been proven time and time again. There are some things that he does really well and some things that he doesn't. And I feel like Mike Budenholzer may very well be falling into that category. That's something we'll talk more about, including these rather surprising coaching vacancies as we roll along here. But let's bring in our man, Law Murray of The Athletic, covers the Clippers. Law, honestly, man, we just reached out. We were hoping you would join us, talk about the Clippers and the Jazz tonight, but your job took a dramatically different turn here this morning with the news on Kawhi Leonard. Have you heard anything new regarding your superstar down there?
The latest on Kawhi is it's a sprained right knee, and hopefully it's not something that's going to compromise his play for the next season. The fact that we're even talking about that is not fun. You know, you're in the middle of not just any series, but it's a tied series. You know, it's basically a best of three, and the fact that Kawhi played so well to help the Clippers get to this point, along with Paul George, and now it's just Paul by himself starting tonight where I'm at in Salt Lake City, Utah. It's just a really unfortunate circumstance for the Clippers.
So do they know for sure, Law? Do they know for sure he didn't tear his ACL, or are they still waiting to find out?
Yeah, I'm not going to say that it's a torn ACL, or there's Sean, our guy at The Athletic, reported that there's concern that the ACL is affected, but a sprain naturally is a tear. It's just a matter of how severe is the tear. You know what I mean? So the fact that the Clippers acknowledge that it's a right knee sprain, a sprain is a tear, and our guy is saying is the ACL is possibly involved, which means that best case scenario, and probably at this point most likely case scenario, you're dealing with a certain degree of an ACL tear. Not something I can optimistically say that it's not a complete tear. I think that's something that if that were the case, I think we would have known that by now, but a lot is to be determined. It's a situation where the team did not seem concerned Monday night when Kawhi didn't finish the game. Kawhi still did media both on the court and through the post-game Zoom. So no one was concerned about this until the travel day, and he didn't travel. So like I said, it's a developing situation. It's a very difficult one for Kawhi. And it's a difficult one for the Clippers, but the Clippers are still eligible to play. They still get to put 5 guys out on the court tonight. So,
it's not over. I just thought it was over. That's my bad. Okay, that's good news.
It's interesting you say that, Law, because I was about to ask you.
You're in the game tonight.
Oh, okay, good. I'll reset my DVR again because I ain't canceled. I thought the game was canceled, but I'll reset it again. But I was gonna
do that for the playoffs.
I was gonna ask you because my partner, we saw the play when it happened, and he kind of pulled up a little bit, but then he had another play right after that, got fouled, everything looked smooth, and I was like, man, we dodged a bullet there. It looked like it could have been worse. And he talked about it after the game. He thought everything was fine, no issues. And then we wake up today, and he's out definitely. It could be an ACL. Like, where did this turn to something that's like, hey, maybe we need to get this checked out? Was he, feeling good after the game, and then the next day said, I'm still sore, and they checked it out? How do we get here?
Look, man, that's what's tricky about certain injuries. I think people are really sensitive about the fact that there's a surplus of high-profile injuries this year, and everyone wants to, put it all in one umbrella and say that, the season started this time and there wasn't enough recovery and this, that, and that. Look, the Clippers have been the most cautious team in the league when it comes to injury. Like, I remember in April when Kawhi playing the second night of a back-to-back, something that you all might remember he didn't exactly do the previous 3 years with 3 different organizations, right? Kawhi would not play back-to-back. This year he did. He played several back-to-backs. Second night of the back-to-back, early April. Paul George didn't play because he's been managing a toe issue since February. And Kawhi had a really nice game against the Houston Rockets. Joked with everybody on the post-game Zoom, see y'all tomorrow, which the Clippers were off the next day, and then he didn't even play that Sunday against the Pistons. They said that was right foot soreness. Kawhi would wind up missing 9 out of 10 games from that point on. And that's where Paul was great. And that was a matter of being cautious. So when it comes to an injury like this, it's one of those things where, the night of, how many times you go to bed and you're like, I'm fine. You wake up and like, whoa, what the heck did I do? People with a lighter complexion, they'll look at their skin and be like, where did I get this bruise from? Right?
Yeah.
So this is, I don't mean to be trivial about this. I'm just trying to be relatable here. It's one of those things. You get bumped and it's like, all right, checked everything out. Okay. And then your healing process tells you something's off. So that's what I can understand has happened over, it hasn't even been 48 hours. 48 hours ago, game 4 hadn't even started. So that's the other thing. Things are moving very fast in a time window that is unforgiving.
Law Murray covers the Clippers for The Athletic with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. This is still a really good, Clippers team. We saw, super duper Kawhi Leonard emerge, back in game, I think it was 3 or 4 of the Dallas series. We've seen him play really well several times over the stretch. Can Paul George kind of rally the troops and be the guy who leads them through the final stretch, at least of this series?
I think he can because, as I mentioned, that April, where Kawhi missed 9 out of 10 games, that was the peak of Paul George's season, which is saying a lot because Paul George played well enough prior to the All-Star break to return to this year's All-Star game, which I guess might have been a surprise for some people. Remember, he wasn't an All-Star in his first season with Clippers. He was this year, even with the toe injury. That's how well Paul George played pre-All-Star break. Yesterday, Paul George was named to the All-NBA third team. Why was a first teamer? Why is that significant? The Clippers were the only team in the league that has more than one All-NBA team selection. Think about all the duos. In Brooklyn, there's a trio. LA, the Clippers, not the Lakers. The Clippers, they're the only team to put 2 players on an All-NBA team this year. And I think a lot of how Paul got the last consideration, because, lasting impressions means a lot when it comes to award season, is how well he played in April. He had his most 30-point games in the month of April. He earned himself a Player of the Week award. I don't even think Kawhi had a Player of the Week award during this regular season. So Paul George is capable of playing well. Like some of those wins, they came against playoff teams. They beat Portland shorthanded with just Paul, having the heavy lifting. So I'm confident in Paul that he can get it done. It's going to require him playing well in a place that he hasn't exactly played well, especially in the playoffs in Utah. They got to win 1 out of potentially 2 games to get it done. So it's going to require him shooting well, staying out of foul trouble, and it's going to require Tyronn Lue to have a great handle on the game. It's not impossible. So I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say that the team is up for it.
Well, this is going to be a weird question. Number one, because you guys just don't have the same access that you normally do. And as I think about it in my head, the other reason why it's weird is because it's going to sound weird. But how is Paul George doing? Right? And I ask that because his playoff struggles have been much documented. And last year, he was one of the people that came out in the bubble and just said, my mental health, I ain't right. I got to take a step back. Or, he wasn't himself. And it seemed like everything was getting to him at that time. And it seems like maybe, from afar, he shook some of that off this postseason. He's having a really good postseason. But can you tell if he's a little more at ease this playoffs? Or, once again, how's he doing?
Well, this is a good time for me to plug, so I'm going to do that. I had a Paul George feature that landed this morning before I was aware that I was going to have to talk about Kawhi's injury. Now, the Kawhi injury, maybe that overshadows the story, you would think. But I would argue that this story is a good look into how Paul has gotten to where he is now. Last year was throwing the ball. He has had playoff, challenges that go beyond just last year in the bubble. And people mocked him for how he went on all the smoke and said this was like a revenge tour kind of season for him. But he met those challenges. I even asked him the other night, like, look, man, you had the foot injury. You're played more minutes than anyone in the postseason. Again, this is before we are thinking about Kawhi missing games. And Paul's like, look, I've been managing this. Tyronn Lue knows I'll do whatever. I'm ready to play all 48 if it takes that. I mean, he's locked in. He's played well. I mean, back-to-back 30-point games in the playoffs. I don't care who it is, who it's against, who it's with. Not everybody can do that. And that's a credit to Paul. I think Paul is in a much better place. He said before the playoffs that being outside the bubble allows him to appreciate what you have when you're not in an environment where, you're seeing your work basically 24/7. I think every one of us, we got the people, we're blessed to have jobs, but I think we're also blessed to have a little bit of balance, some space between, our work life and our leisure outside of work. So I think, again, I'm only speaking from my perspective, and it is limited. Like you said, it's not like I've gotten to see Paul face-to-face in the locker room at all in my time covering the team this season. But I can tell you, this isn't last season. So I'm not gonna put that on him. I'm not gonna say, oh, this is because of last year. It's just another bad trend. No, I think he's been accountable. I think he's accountable for what happened last year. I think it shows in the work that he's put in to get back to a level that people expect him to be at. Even though people kept on saying in the regular season they want to see him in the playoffs, well, he's done it in the playoffs. So he's got to do it again. No excuses. He's got to do it again tonight, and as many games as they have left.
Great stuff, Law, man. We know you got work to do tonight. We appreciate you carving out a few minutes for us. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Law.
Hey, shout out to you guys. What's up?
Yes, we appreciate you. That's Law Murray of The Athletic right there. Covers the Los Angeles Clippers.
I like Paul George. I want to see Paul George succeed.
How's Paul doing? What you really wanted to say is, how's Paul's mentals?
How's his mental?
You got to take care of your mentals. How's
I like Paul George, man. I always had a soft spot for him for whatever reason. I like Paul George, man. Hope his mind is right. Hope he can do something special here in this semifinals.
Because every athlete needs a defining moment. This could be Paul George's.
Could be.
Like Paul George, if he's able to get them through Utah, this series is tied at 2. You talked about missed opportunities. The Clippers had a missed opportunity to kind of put this, like, obviously, as an organization, you're devastated knowing, and I think Law gave us as good of news as you can, as there seems to be little fear that this is an ACL tear. Obviously, there's something wrong, and his season may very well be over. But an ACL tear wipes out this season and next season. Yeah. An ACL injury wipes out the playoffs, and obviously that's frustrating. That's frustrating for fans. It's frustrating for Kawhi. It's frustrating for the organization. But it's not devastating. Right. It's not the end of the this current makeup of Los Angeles Clippers as we know it. But man, you're able to get up 3-1 and, Paul George lead the way. We just need to get one more, get us through this series. We'll figure everything else out later. They weren't able to do it. You got a 2 out of 3 series here. And the Clippers roster is good. So is the Jazz.
It definitely is. And they're going back home.
And that's it. And
I was going to say the Delta Center. It's not that no more, but it's always going to be the
It's
Delta
a movie,
Center.
though. It's a movie in Utah.
Did I give it movie status?
I think you did. Okay. You gave it movie status.
It's movie status. It'll be popping in there for sure. I'm going to call it Delta Center. You know what I mean? It goes down in there. So, yeah. You saw. We already started. We already started, huh?
Do we have any math majors here? Are there any math majors? Shams just tweeted something that I want to bring to everybody's attention. One NBA player has tested positive for coronavirus out of 164 tested in the last week? 1.
Mm.
1.
No boy. No,
I hope it's somebody else.
Come on, man.
Chris, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Dang.
I
Biggest
don't know what
moment
to
of his
do.
career. Wow. Well, we just got to wait and
Now, hey, again, I'm not a math major. I'm just saying I'm putting literally 1 and 1 together.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's literally what's going on here.
I
There's only
can.
one report of one guy. Safety.
Ain't nobody
protocol.
else in health and safety protocols unless Hassan Whiteside tested positive again or whatever. It seems to keep happening with Hassan Whiteside is a medical marvel. Like he needs to be headed to Harvard or something or the Mayo Clinic, get checked out, figure out how he stayed in health and safety protocol so long.
Yeah, Mrs. Mac 10. Damn it, Hassan.
Oh, Chris. State Farm didn't warn you. They didn't protect you on this. Where's Jake? Where's Sabrina?
And I don't want to get too far into these weeds, but it's been reported that he is vaccinated, though. So
it has been reported that he's vaccinated. Then I sure as hell hope
Chris
that's
was on Deuce and Mo, and I think people said on there he said he was vaccinated, and I think some Arizona newspaper said he was vaccinated.
Okay, Jalen Rose says, Jalen Rose says Chris Paul has been vaccinated. If Chris Paul is that one, that's a big if. If Chris Paul is that one, we've got a whole other host of problems. Note to Californians,
we already do.
You're screwed.
We already do. Yeah. But from what I know,
that can't be Chris
from
Paul,
what I know, you can get the Rona being vaccinated. It's just the deathly symptoms.
I've heard that. It doesn't. The impact isn't as strong,
right? So yeah, you can get the Rona.
But hey, we're open. We're open for business. How is this ever going to go away? Like I was told, I was just going to wake up one day and it was going to be gone. That's what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
That's what somebody once said to me. When is that day coming? When am I just going to wake up and this is going to be gone?
I don't know.
Because now if we got a vaccinated player testing positive, just give me a break. What are we doing? Boy, the Olympics are going to be something.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. The Olympics are going to be something.
Dame, Draymond, Jason Tate, y'all still want to go?
I ain't talking about, though. I think basketball will be just fine. I'm more curious about the Olympic Village.
They're going to be in the Olympic Village.
Oh, no. NBA players don't go to the Olympic Village.
Oh,
no. No. The NBA players go to like the Intercontinental Hotel or something. Like it is all set up for them. Nike.
Are they the only ones?
Yep.
So like Michael Phelps is in the village.
Yep.
Wow.
The only people that aren't are USA that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
USA Basketball. It started in '92 for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and that made sense.
They had to
not be in the village.
They had to be somewhere else, and then it continued. You know, whether it was Michael Jordan or it was Glenn Rice, they like the NBA players from that moment forward were out of the Olympic Village and in their own hotel, and that's already a pretty locked down hotel. There were I remember the Intercontinental Hotel in Beijing. There were 3 different security checkpoints, and if you didn't have all 3 of the things that you needed to get in, you didn't get in. It was very much guys were trying to. It was what you'd imagine it would be.
Jesus.
And there was no COVID there. And there were 3 security checkpoints. So, but I'm speaking more of swimming.
Oh my God.
In a pool.
Yeah.
Because
there's
the lanes,
Vegas, by the way.
The lanes are separated. The water's not. I'm curious how all of this is going to work out in the 2021, the 2020 Olympics taking place in July of 2021. Because we couldn't change the year. Hey, do you want to talk about your boy Yaz real quick? You want to talk about the Giants?
Sure, we got 2 minutes.
You want to get that in? You want to get that in before we get back to firings, hirings, before we get back to all of the other stuff that's going on?
Look, man, one of the great wins. I famously said at the beginning of the season, opening day, when the Giants lost to the Seattle Mariners in extra innings,
Game one.
that it was game one, that there will not be a worse loss all season long. They had another one that was close. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Well, who was it? I think Tyler Rogers. Was it a Diamondbacks loss a couple weeks ago? They lose that game? I think that's what it was. But anyway.
They lost to the Diamondbacks?
In Arizona, not on the road. Diamondbacks ain't never winning on the road.
Oh.
21 straight losses for those guys. How you lose 21 straight road games? They
Very
was up
carefully.
7-0. If they're not going to win up 7-0 in the second inning, they may never win another road game again. They're the Houston Rockets of the Major League Baseball right now.
Wow.
They may never win again.
Wow.
But anyway, last night may have been you may not see a better win all year from the San Francisco Giants. Down 7-0
Oof.
in the second inning, I think it was. Come all the way back. And they don't just like take the lead. You know, it was tied at 8, and then they take the lead on a single, you know, and wow, what a story that would be. That would be great. Down 8-5 in the 8th inning, bases loaded for Yaz, and he hits one into the bay. What a moment. What a moment at Oracle Park last night.
Prior to yesterday, teams down 7 runs in Major League Baseball this season. 0-192.
Oh, man.
Or perhaps more properly stated, 0-192. The Diamondbacks, they entered Tuesday's game 358-1 in their franchise history when leading by 7+ runs. They are now 358-2.
Damn.
That is spectacular.
Damn.
And I missed it.
Yeah, I did too. I saw the aftermath though.
It's like I'm not. I was like, I when I tuned in, they were down, or they were already down.
Yeah.
And then they went down. I was like, oh boy, okay. I needed to get a feel for how angry Kenny was going to be. So I watched for a little bit and I was like, okay, the game got, I was 2-screening it. The game got, continued to be intense, turned that off, went back to basketball. And then I actually think it was Bonte. Bonte was the first tweet I saw. I was like, wait, what is, I was like, oh, I missed. Oh, you puss.
That's a bad feeling when you miss it. That's a bad job by me. I checked out. I didn't mean to check out for the whole game. It was supposed to be some background noise, but I just wasn't in the house for like another hour or so. Bad job by me. Great.
Well, we've made it 2 hours and 42 minutes without any catastrophic news coming from the National Basketball Association, but it has been quite a newsworthy day. We'll continue to talk about the hirings, the firings. Actually, no hirings. They're all firings. There's a bunch of Boston, Portland, Washington, New Orleans, Orlando. Technically, Atlanta's available. We'll talk about all that. We'll get the hard reset here.
Can we also talk about the non-firings? Because
I would love to do that.
To be an issue today as well.
I'd love to talk about the non-firings.
All right,
let's do that, and we'll give you another chance to win $1,000. As D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right. Let me slide real quick.
Let's get that thumbs up. Let's get to where we were yesterday. We hit 80 yesterday, I think. Let's get them thumbs up. Up, and away. I'm not even comfortable saying the name of Damon Wayne's character on In Living Color. All right, we see. The minute 6. Hey, man, y'all are watching. Just hit the thumbs up. Some of y'all are lazy. Just watch how quick it. Boom! I just hit it. See how quick it goes. So we're up to 57. We got 68 people watching. 57 thumbs up. Everybody needs to hit the thumbs up. 59. There we go. We might get there during this commercial break if everybody stay active. Let's go. We at 61. Let's go, team. Let's go, team. I know what it is now, but I ain't gonna say it. I ain't comfortable saying it no more. We at 62. Let's get him up. Let's go. Let's go, YouTube. Let's go, YouTube. Let's get them thumbs up. Oh, yeah. We always get the 1 thumbs down. Shout out to you know who. Oh, 64. Oh, and you see what happens when y'all hit the thumbs up, more people tune in. Oh, that 3 p.m. word is coming at 3:10. I gotcha. Oh, he was. He definitely was. He was like, wait, what is it? What was his response? I know he responded. Oh, yeah. He just responded, oh, man. Come on, 3 more. Look, we got. See, y'all hit the thumbs up, man. People come filtering in. They come filtering in from YouTube. If you're new here, hit the subscribe button, too. Come back every day, Monday through Friday, 12 to 4. Shame. 2 more. I mean, 2 more for the sophomore class. 2 more for the sophomore class. Let's get it. All right, Max, we see you. 2. Come on, can we get 2? What can we get? Where we at? 2. Oh wait, I forgot. I have to. My bad. That's me. Hang on. Okay, 2 more for the sophomore class. Can we get y'all in there? No, we lost them. All right. I think we're even. I'll take it. Oh, 1 more. Who's gonna be? Oh, there it is. All right. Now blow past that number. Get past that number, sophomore class. Yeah, it's not gonna be pretty, man. It's not gonna be pretty. Thank you, Kyle.
You guys talking about that Sharks tweet?
No, I saw the Sharks tweet that you tagged me. No, John said Starbucks has already started.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know how I feel about all this.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly. I'm not good with this whatsoever. This is not a promotional opportunity for your company.
I'm telling you, man.
And I also think we need to start determining I want jurisdiction on who gets days off. Like, no, you don't get a day off. You work. I've heard you talk. You going to work. You ain't getting Juneteenth off or MLK Day. Your ass is going to work.
Yeah.
Just going to universally give everybody a holiday. I'm okay with. Okay. Thrilled that you are here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you go check us out there. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the thumbs up if you're watching as well. And if you're on the Odyssey app, make sure that you hit the heart button. That saves us as your favorite radio station. And that way, anytime there's breaking news, you'll get alerted. This morning, your phone might have blown up. I know ours certainly did, especially if you have Woj and Shams set to push notification status, and sure enough, it was one tweet after the other with Chris Paul being placed in the COVID-19 protocol. Technically, it's called the health and safety protocols, and now we've got injuries on top of injuries. You know, we haven't even mentioned the fact, Kawhi Leonard's out. We have the issue. Chris Paul was hurt earlier this year. James Harden wasn't on the injury report. We saw what he did yesterday. Kyrie's out. Joel Embiid's got to play on a torn meniscus tonight. Jeez. Anthony Davis went through what he went through earlier this year. Oh, by the way, Donovan Mitchell, who also plays tonight, is hurt.
Yeah. Did you mention Mike Conley, who's still out?
Mike Conley's out tonight. We definitely didn't. We definitely did not. We'll talk more about the playoff games tonight, as there is 2 of them. I feel like we've only talked about one of them. The Hawks and the Philadelphia 76ers play tonight. I mean, this is... Woo! We've got a good lineup tonight, and we got 2 basketball games. This is, loved ones, we're headed into a very difficult part of the year. Very shortly, we're going to be down to a game a night.
Oof.
And I know we have been spoiled with games upon games upon games upon games.
Yeah.
But we're headed into that dark time where we're just going to get 1 game per night.
We got a little preview of that. We talked about it on Saturday when. I watch baseball, so it's cool. But Yeah, nothing happened all day long. They had a game at 5. It was over at 7:30, and then there was nothing else happening.
That was it. It was over.
It's like, what the hell is this?
We got a taste of it last night. Get off the air, regroup a little bit, take the dogs for a walk, come back, game, and then it's over. It's like, man, I could watch a show. I need to find a show to watch. Get in an episode of Snowfall or something right now, because this is reality moving forward. And of course, next week it's a tradition unlike any other for us here in Sacramento. The lottery will take place.
Can't wait.
Need a ping pong ball to bounce our way, and the Kings can draft in the top 4. So we'll talk about all of these different things. We're not going to talk about the lottery. Well, actually, we can stick with the Kings if you want to.
Let's stick with them. I brought it up. Let's stick with the Kings.
You said a little something before the break. Coming up in about 20 minutes, you're going to have an opportunity to win $1,000 with Summer of Cash contest. I'd like to reiterate for those who have been with us all day. If you're just tuning in for the first time, I did not pick these words. These words are picked by the company. Summer of Cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes past the 3:00 hour. Boston's open. Portland's open. Washington is now open with Scotty Brooks and the Washington Wizards mutually agreeing to part ways. New Orleans is open as David Griffin put his hand up and said, my bad. Stan Van Gundy is out of there. Orlando's open. Technically, Atlanta's open, though we believe that job is occupied, but technically, Nate McMillan is an interim coach. But you mentioned the one job that wasn't open. I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know. You know what? Let me not assume. That's a terrible thing for me to do. What job are you speaking of, Kenny?
Well, the head coaching job here in Sacramento. It is occupied.
Yeah,
it's not vacant.
It's not vacant.
No. You I mean, how you feeling about that? Or I'll put it to you like this. Are you feeling differently about it now that you see all these other moves being made?
Well, no, my feeling was always no. I feel the exact same way, because my feeling was Monty should have fired him.
I got that. But when he did hire him, he's like, all right, if that's who you pick.
Well, he didn't hire him. He just didn't fire him.
Yeah.
He kept him.
Move forward with him. All right. That's who you keep. Let's go.
I'm not going to bitch and complain about it for the next 3 months.
Right.
It is what it is.
Do you think right now, not what you want, but do you think he should pull Washington Wizards and say, you know what? We changed our mind. You're out, Luke. Would that be the right thing to do in your eyes?
I feel like it'd be stupid, because you could have gotten the jump on all it. Like if the Kings had fired, because remember, the tweet from James Ham came out on the day after the season. It said Luke Walton will remain the Sacramento Kings head coach. If they had fired him that day, they would have been the only team looking for a job. Or excuse me, they would have been the only team looking for a coach. Nobody else would have been. They would have been all by themselves. Now, if you pull a Washington Wizards situation here, now if you're a head coaching candidate, you've got the opportunity to talk to Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and have Brad Stevens as your president of basketball operations. You've got the opportunity to talk to a team that has Dame Lillard, CJ McCollum, and Yusuf Nurkic on it. You have an opportunity to talk to a team that has Zion Williamson and Brandon Ingram on it.
I will say,
Orlando, and I'm gonna take Atlanta out of it. And that's right. That's a good point. You're probably gonna have Milwaukee too, which is gonna give you the opportunity to talk to Giannis, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday.
Now, I will say this to be fair to the whole process. They would not have hired a coach in 2 weeks, and that's essentially what you're looking at before Celtics job would have been available, Portland job would have been available. Like, it would have been open, but they soon would have had 2 probably better jobs or more appealing jobs available.
But how often do you think Stan Van Gundy situations happen where Stan Van Gundy is here interviewing in the process? He's essentially the Sacramento Kings head coach. But then something happens in Orlando. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Don't look at that house. Don't meet with that real estate agent. Go to Kinko's on Truxell. Send this over. Get on a commercial flight and get your ass to Florida.
Not
I don't
often.
think that those. I don't think that.
Not often.
I don't think that happens very often. So the first one, was it Boston? Was it Brad?
I think so. Yeah.
And
Might
then
have been
Portland.
Terry Stotts, though.
Yeah, they were close.
Terry Stotts was done on was that a Friday night? Portland got eliminated. Might have been a Thursday night.
I don't know why you remember that. I have no idea.
It just comes to my mind. I don't know. But I think it was a Thursday or Friday, and the final game of New Brooklyn and the Celtics was like a Monday or Tuesday. So I think Terry Stotts was fired first.
Okay.
Maybe not. I take that back because actually, no, I do take that because actually the day they were eliminated was the same day Dame went crazy in Denver.
Okay.
Yeah.
And lost.
And
by the
lost.
way. Yeah. Okay. Just want to point
so,
that out.
So maybe
spiritual
Boston
experiences.
So maybe
anybody
Boston
have a spiritual experience last night? We are the home of useless details. We've got you covered. We will get everything laid out perfectly. So Portland was first, Boston. Regardless, I feel like you're far enough along in the process. At least I would hope you're far enough along in the process to where if you really zero in on what would be quantified as a top coaching candidate, not just a top coaching candidate in Sacramento, but a top coaching candidate in the league, that you're not at a great risk of losing them. You know, if you're in the final stage of this conversation, you're not at a great risk of losing them for the opportunity to coach in Boston, because Brad's not calling people saying, hey, you're going to be the next head coach. He's giving people an opportunity to interview for that job. I got to imagine Portland's doing the same exact thing. That's what Orlando's doing. Indiana's doing. No one's saying this is going to be your job. If you're zeroed in on a job, if you're in the final stages of a job, I don't think you're going, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to go talk to Brad. I'm going to go talk to Portland. I don't think you're doing that. So you would have had the jump. Now you're the second. I didn't even mention Indiana.
No, you didn't. Yeah, Indiana as well.
You're arguably the second worst job. Should you make a change? Orlando's the worst, and then it's Sacramento.
I think Indiana's worse.
I don't think so. You think did Indiana make the playoffs?
No,
they might not have.
The postseason.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, all right.
And Indiana. Yeah, I think you're worse there. But I mean, it's splitting hairs. You know, they're not. It's not like the Kings are drastically a better job than Indiana and vice versa.
I don't know. Indiana was a playoff team with Nate McMillan last year, but I ain't one to gossip, so you ain't heard that from me.
In Living Color Week here on D-Lo and KC, but so given the fact that they didn't do that, and all this stuff, just where we're at now, a lot of people have been saying, yo, just do it. Get rid of your losses now. Things have changed. You see these available coaches. I think that would be ridiculous. I think that would be a terrible look. But is that something that you say possibly should happen?
I feel like it should. No, I don't know that it works now. No, I have fun on social media with it today, saying, I think I quote tweeted Woj in his Scotty Brooks story. Okay, do the Kings next, because it had gone from like New Orleans and Washington were in pretty like quick fashion, as this entire morning of NBA news was. But it was kind of like, all right, we're just running through teams now. Do the Kings next. No, if you were going to fire Luke Walton, you should have done it on that Monday. You should have fired him that day and moved on, and you'd be in your search. And whether it's Sam Cassell or David Vanderpool or Teresa Witherspoon or Becky Hammond or Coach A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you'd be far along in that process to where you're probably not going to lose them because Boston or Portland or New Orleans or whoever is more appealing. Unless a general manager calls that particular coach and says, this is your job if you want it, which is what happened with Stan Van Gundy.
Yeah, we see that all the time. Let me ask you another question before we do that. Just handle the particulars for us before I get into my question.
The particulars are: you're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're thrilled that you're with us. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, hope you're following there. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Hope that you're subscribing there. And if you're listening on the Odyssey app, What's good? Appreciate you for being with us. Even those on the 1320 AM dial, if you will. 1320 on the AM dial. It's going to be a hot one today, 102 degrees. Woo. Yeah.
That's why we have no sleeves on today.
Regardless, it's a sleeveless Wednesday here, and I'm imagining
sleepless week.
I was going to say there's a lot of sleeveless days headed our way, especially because I was brilliant enough to set the D'Lo and Casey studio up portion in my house in the hottest room in the house, which I still can't figure out. I don't have a big house. It's all one level. I don't know why air seems to hate this particular room that I spend so many hours in per day. We've got another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up in 10 minutes. The Summer of Cash contest. Listen for the code word. Casey, what do you got?
So
not as bad as our 1 o'clock word, but tying nicely.
Would you rather, and I want you to answer this and the people in the chat, and you can call in 916-349-1320. Would you rather things be handled the way Monty McNair handled it or the way Griff handled it in New Orleans? And Monty McNair said, you know what? He said it didn't come up, but this was a year where basically they took half the year to figure out what they wanted to do with the roster, getting things set up a certain way. It wasn't maybe our best opportunity. If I'm talking about the Kings, our best opportunity to win. We think that Luke Walton should come back with an opportunity to get this team where we want to go. Or do you go with Griff where he's like, look, man, I was wrong. Hell, I was wrong about everything. I'm getting this guy out of here, and I'm going to go and get somebody in here that I think can do better. How would you have rather be handled? Now, it may be a loaded question for you and everybody else because a lot of you guys think that Luke Walton is no good. I will just say this. You can think all you want. None of us know. None of us know what would happen if Luke Walton is given a different roster this year. You can think he's not bad all you want. Hell, people thought Frank Vogel was this great NBA champion head coach, which he was. And then 9 months later, Snoop Dogg is saying he's a terrible coach once he loses AD and LeBron. I keep saying, I always say, it's about the roster. So you can think this guy is good or bad or whatever the case may be. If you don't have the horses, it don't matter. Which one do you subscribe to more?
May I ask a follow-up to your...
Absolutely.
Do the Pelicans have a good roster?
I think they have good components of the roster. They got Zion and they got Brandon Ingram. Those are two good pieces. The rest of the roster,
they had Lonzo. I'm talking about this year. Did they have a good roster this year?
I'd say no. The hindsight is 2020, but I'd say no. Steven Adams and Zion, that was trash. You got rid of Drew Holiday for Eric Bledsoe. That was trash.
Okay.
They had, I don't know what the hell else is going on with the rest of the roster. Not interested in anything they got going on.
Which would I have preferred? I would have. Okay. I have to point out, I have to be picky and point out Griff hired Stan Van Gundy.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, we were on the air. We reported the story that they hired Stan Van Gundy. This show ain't even been on the air a full year. And we were on the air when Stan Van Gundy was hired because we were both like, what the hell? Stan Van Gundy got the Pelicans job. Like that. Dude, that feels like yesterday. That does not feel like that long ago. So they're different in the situation because Griff is like, all right, this is on me. It's my bad. I'm moving on. I've got to get this right, and I got to get this right now. Monty didn't hire Luke, and I think everybody saw this as a clear, simple way, to break apart from this. Now, if Monty fires Luke next year, to me, it's the same E that David Griffin gets because you had the opportunity to do it this year, and you didn't. Now, Monty obviously thinks like you in the sense of maybe he doesn't know whether Luke Walton is a good coach or not. Maybe he thinks Luke Walton is a good coach, but he doesn't believe he's given him the roster to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. I look at Luke Walton's track record as a coach, and it leads me to believe he's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. I would have moved on from him. I would have gone the David Griffin route as you gave me two different scenarios to go with. I would have gone the Griff route and said, we've got to do something else. This didn't work. Maybe there are some holes in the roster. Maybe there's some errors here, but I believe, we could talk about continuity and we can talk about all these different things. And it's certainly important for an organization that has had absolutely none in recent years. But it's my job. The buck stops with me. It is my job to establish continuity. And I'm going to do it with Sam Cassell. I'm going to do it with this head coach that I'm hiring. Mm-hmm. We're going to establish continuity, and we're going to be here for the next decade plus. I don't believe that Luke can be the guy who can establish continuity, because ultimately what happens is, if I'm wrong, we've just lost a year of De'Aaron and whoever else is and Tyrese and whoever else is on this roster, and I lost all of my grace period. Mm-hmm. I need a home run coaching hire. I need a home run coaching hire now, and I need to have this team in the playoffs.
Fair enough.
Though we would argue he needs to have the team in the playoffs now.
Right.
Like this season.
Absolutely. Yeah, and he's got to have it or he'll be gone. So, I mean, it's fair enough. I understand both sides. I understand people that wanted to move on from Luke Walton. It's not the craziest thing or wrong thing or anything like that. I was probably in the camp of we can't just keep changing coaches.
I understand.
You know what I mean? And you gotta try something and stick with it. And also in a situation like the Kings had last year, like I said, they spent half the year figuring out what they wanted to do with the roster. Stick with Luke, because like you said, regardless, if they brought somebody in, to me, maybe for other people, but to me, circumstances don't change. You got to make the playoffs.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So if anything, this is a situation where that could have left room for somebody to say, well, he's got to get his guys in here and they've got to get used to all this. If anything, this puts everybody's feet to the fire the way that I think it should be.
Fair enough.
Monty, everybody. The goal is clear. It has to be reached or people will be moved. So I like that accountability aspect of it, but I understand that the people that say, hey, get in there, you messed up, get a new guy in there and do whatever. I also point out once again that Griff got everything wrong this year.
Yeah.
Like the thing about it is Griff, I don't think that roster was very good. The sad part is Griff tried. Yeah. He was like, he thought, oh yeah, I'm doing this. This is a smart thing. I'm going to trade Drew Holiday, get this second round pick. Oh, we getting Eric Bledsoe back, so we cool. Oh, Steven Adams. Yes, we're in there. You know what I mean? He thought he did a good job, and he sucked this year.
No argument.
So at least Monty can lean on the fact that, I didn't really try. I just kind of came in and assessed everything. And then when I did try, I got some good people in here.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a massive offseason. It's a massive offseason for the Kings. And we always say that. But like ultimately, what's it mean? If Kings don't make the playoffs next year, then what? What do we?
Well, Luke will be fired. Luke will be fired.
Yeah.
And
no, but really, we keep saying, oh, they better make the or what? Like, what are we gonna do?
Well, jobs will be lost.
Not ours.
No, not
we're
ours.
good.
We're here through everything.
Believe me, I can talk trash. This team keeps losing. Don't worry about that. I have no problem criticizing Luke Walton or Monty McNair or Vivek Ranadive or whoever else we want to. We brought the other name up once. We just bring it up once per week.
Yeah, once a week, man. We
don't need to go any further. But
can't keep that going throughout the whole week.
We're one and done. Yeah. We're one and done there. But yeah, we keep saying, oh, they better make the playoffs. Do the same thing. Yo, no, this year it's playoffs. Got to make the playoffs. Okay. What if they don't? Because history says they're not. Long history says they're not. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, we're leaving Sacramento. Like, oh, I'm not. I ain't going nowhere. I didn't do anything wrong.
If I'm out there as a fan, I think the Boo Birds will be out there.
Okay.
Extremely tough. I think as an organization, you'll have a new head coach. There might even be a fire sale. Like we talk about, no. We got to keep Harrison here. Nah, if they don't make the playoffs, Harrison probably gone. You trading him.
Yeah.
You trading Buddy.
Mm-hmm.
If you have Marvin, you're definitely trading. They ain't getting no second contract from you. You're getting rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton, you may just start all the way over. So I think a lot of people's jobs are on the line.
Is that Cleveland Brown style here? As Richard B says on Twitch,
yeah.
paper bag. Are we walking into the Golden One Center with paper bags on our heads?
That makes a nice little statement. I'm all with a paper bag. Yeah, I like a paper bag.
You'll find a way to make it hot though, right? Like you put a Jumpman on the back or something along those lines.
Now, see, I don't think I'll wear a paper bag.
It'll be like a designer paper bag.
See, I wouldn't.
Kenny got
I
a
wouldn't
Gucci
wear
paper bag.
Yeah,
Oh.
y'all got to see me out here, and much to the chagrin of the Queen Bee, who we're like exact opposites. I'm like, yo, I'm here. She's like, stay away. Like you're bringing too much of a scene to me. So like we're complete opposites. So she would probably wear a paper bag.
Unless
I would still be out here.
Unless she's showing off her new Luke Belair robe or all the fresh delivery from Black Bottles 916. I mean,
the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the
you
money.
too can get your bottle of Bamboo Cream when it becomes available for you. When you win the money here from the Summer of Cash contest, your chance to win $1,000 is right now by texting the code word RACE.
Oh boy.
To 72881. That's RACE. Like, yep, exactly what you're thinking. RACE 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. Remember, don't text and drive. And I assure you, I'm calling somebody in the company immediately following this show. I mean, the second this show is over, I'm calling somebody.
So today, just to make sure,
because I got some questions
confused, but we've had master and race today as words.
I want to repeat, this is a multi-state contest. This hasn't clearly these words were picked by Rich. Rich, we need to talk about some of you people here. What is happening? I have the words for y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to take a quick peek at the rest of the week.
These definitely came out of Georgia.
We good here. That looks like I think those words are wrong. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research here because I don't know. Giving away $1,000 should be fun and not uncomfortable. It shouldn't be. And you know it would be great. We're gonna hear like two people listening to D-Lo and KC won today. I can't wait to get that. No, guys, the crew won today. Wait, what? No way. Which words did they win?
When I typed in master, it got me the gift.
So.
It got me what I needed.
Someone said, I'm really not comfortable texting master to a number I don't know.
See, the crazy thing is, if it would have just, there ain't no saving master. But if it would have just been race and like the rest were like oranges and, and blue sky, well, that's two words, but you get what I'm saying. We wouldn't even have thought about race.
No.
But on the same day
of
master, we got race on there. Boy.
Can't wait to see Friday's words. Thank God Juneteenth is Saturday. Text the word freedom. Dude, there are some okay. Kenny tagged, we're already there. We might as well. Kenny just tagged me in something that the San Jose Sharks posted.
I mean, come on.
I'm going to be real with you. You're going to see a lot of things over the course of the next 3 days. And truthfully, we're going to tell you about a great sale going on the dopeones.com coming up in a couple of days also.
Black-owned business, though.
But I'm not good with this. I'm going to be real with you. Like, I'm not okay with this big Juneteenth celebration from the San Jose Sharks and from all of these different people who never had anything to say about Juneteenth before. I recognize a lot of people just learned what Juneteenth was last summer, but now it's a national holiday. All right, cool. Step forward. I don't know if I said this on the air or during the break, but I'm going to legislate. I want to legislate who gets days off on Juneteenth.
Oh boy. Tune in on YouTube and Twitch.
Like, I'm going to need to know, excuse me. You want to take the day off? Oh, no, fam. You're working Juneteenth and MLK Day. You don't get those. As David said here in YouTube.com, you need a card. You can show your card. Hey, boss, it's my Juneteenth card. I was issued it, and you need to be issued it by somebody. Everybody don't get the day off. And all of these like ads and posts with like the Sharks tweeted like broken slave chains that were bit out by a shark.
Come on.
Who approved that? You know what?
We're going to try and find this out during the break.
Sign number one. We need to go to break.
Yeah, we're going to try to find this out during the break.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to talk about this more.
Kenny's been trying to send me to a break for 2 minutes. Jesse stopped listening to us 5 minutes ago. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Nope. Sure didn't.
I heard you.
Nope, it's not your bad.
I heard you.
Kenny been legit trying to send us to break for 2 minutes.
To be honest with you, I think that's the first time that's ever happened, though. We're like pretty damn good with the breaks the whole time.
Yeah, we don't miss breaks here. That stuff's important. Yeah, like let's pass some police reform. There's the celebration right there. Let's do that. Let's stop having entire states issue voting restriction laws. Let's do that before we post graphics of sharks biting through slave chains.
Yeah. Come on, man.
This weekend at the ballpark, it's a home run for Freedom Night.
Yo, bro, the more I think about it, the more that Sharks thing was crazy, bro. We, like you said, we don't need the shark biting the chains off.
Hey, you don't need it. Again, no black person said that's a good idea. That graphic shows to me, yep, San Jose Sharks don't have a single black person in sight that they could have run that by.
Hell no. Hell no.
It's not like the rainbow colors. It's not the same thing. It's not like purple is for Alzheimer's. It's not the same thing. Nobody wants to be reminded of these damn chains. Hire black people to approve this stuff. It's going to be a long 3 days. It's going to be a long ass, or not even 3 days. Heading into Saturday, it's going to be a rough Saturday. I'm turning the computer off.
Somebody said they gonna do this like they do Cinco de Mayo.
Oh my God!
They gonna come into the restaurant with dashikis on. That's what they said.
Oh, didn't all them lawmakers do that already?
Oh my
God. Wasn't Nancy Pelosi out there in a dashiki taking a knee?
Oh man.
Yeah, but like Marco said, yeah, but critical race theory is bad. Did they? Oh, look at that. The Sharks already took it down. Okay. We see you, Rob. Appreciate that.
Let me go. I'm glad. Screenshot this where I got it still up.
Thankfully, hey, I guess you applaud. Somebody got through to them. Did they apologize for it? Let's see here. No. They did. I love that. I love that y'all think stuff's just gonna just disappear. Oh, we took it down. We're safe. Come on.
I saw that. I said, come on, man.
You tagged me. I hadn't even seen it till you tagged me in it.
I said, this don't even look right.
We should have just rolled to 28. That's my bad. I should have just called an audible when I saw how late we were.
Nah, I don't trip. Oh, and then we can get into this. I don't know, off the air tomorrow, whatever. But have you heard Jim Lampley a couple of different times now say that Floyd Mayweather is basically a direct link to Donald Trump? We got Donald Trump because of Floyd Mayweather.
I don't get that whatsoever.
His argument is basically, he says Floyd would always just say whatever he wanted with no repercussions and use that to gain his fame and popularity. And Donald Trump took that playbook.
Jim Lampley said that?
Yes. And he's doubled down on it now.
Tell the jerk off to go listen to how the USFL was formed. Donald Trump has been doing this since 1984.
And look, I'm not sitting here saying Floyd Mayweather is Martin Luther King by any means, but come on, man. You're gonna
Trump
use this
has been doing this
that's
since
where Donald Trump came from.
Lampley's a clown. Shout out to the San Jose Sharks who, deleted it. They deleted their big Juneteenth proclamation. Come celebrate freedom here at the ice rink. Yeah, they deleted it.
No apologies though. I mean, they felt the need to delete it for whatever reason, but no mention. Oh, it's just gone. It never happened, guys. Never happened.
Is there a subject in the world that makes people stupider than race? Like, I'm looking at the video you were telling me about Jim Lampley talking about if Floyd Mayweather wasn't the way that Floyd Mayweather was, there'd be no Donald Trump, which is fascinating given the fact that Donald Trump has been in the public eye for decades and was the figurehead behind the USFL. You know how many players were given press conferences after USFL games? None. You know who was, though? Donald. If there's no Donald Trump, maybe there's no Jerry Jones. But Jim Lampley making this ridiculous argument about Floyd Mayweather.
He did it before, and people were like, yo, that's crazy. Then he came back on, like, I think he was on Levitard today. I got to listen to the whole thing. But to clarify, and he doubled down like, yeah, no Mayweather, no Trump. Clown, bro. I'm gonna say this thing. I'm gonna say this. It's guys like Lampley that I don't want broadcasting games, broadcasting fights, and telling the stories of black athletes because y'all don't get it, and you guys will take it somewhere and villainize these guys. And like I said on the break, I'm not sitting here saying Floyd Mayweather is Martin Luther King Jr. He's got his awards, but to say if Floyd Mayweather is directly responsible for Donald Trump, come on, man, come on.
We could take this final 35 minutes in an entirely different direction. I'm gonna breathe because we got basketball tonight.
Can
but if y'all want to stick around for the post show,
it's gonna be lit. No, I'm making a note of this.
Go ahead.
But can I tell you some basketball stuff? So we've talked a number of different times, and I still believe what we said. Like Dallas Mavericks, Luka's long-term future. What are you guys talking about?
Warriors fan has emerged again. Okay, got it. By the way, we haven't spent much time talking about Donnie Nelson being fired, which I'm so sorry that he lost his job. But in hindsight of that article that came out in the Athletic, it's freaking hilarious.
It is hilarious. Now, I'm seeing a tweet here. Our guy Mark Spears was on the jump, and there's some cliff notes here. It says Mark Spears on the jump. 1, Luka is upset at the Donnie Nelson firing. 2, Luka will comment about the firing tomorrow. 3, there are not currently ongoing talks of on an extension for Luka. Does that change what we feel? He has to sign that though, right? Or do they have his rights?
What's he gonna do? Not sign it? What's Luka?
Yeah, that's
like realistically, what's Luka gonna say? No thanks. No.
How does that work? If he doesn't, then he's on like a qualifying or because he would be a restricted free agent, right?
Right.
Yeah, he has no play.
No. Rookies essentially don't.
He has no play.
No.
He's signing that thing.
It's the only thing that the NBA has ever implemented in an attempt to help smaller markets who land big draft picks. It's the only thing that they've ever tried that you could argue actually works. Like if you draft, if Dallas isn't a small city, but if a small market drafts Luka Doncic, they draft, a LeBron James, a star, that uber level star. The way the rules are structured, the way the CBA is structured, and the way that the contracts are structured, it's significantly more beneficial to stay with your team and want to stay with your team long term. Because if he falls into restricted free agency, that drops his contract, and he's the Uber max. That drops his contract by what? Damn near a $40-50 million. Hell, that's not true. That's not true. It drops it by
like it's 75.
I think it drops it by close to $100 million because you get rewarded for staying with your team. Then he gets the super max, so you're up in the 200 range. Whereas, what's the max contract that a different team could offer you?
Now, well, it's like almost $100 million
because it's 4 years. instead
Right.
of 5.
Now John Bull is saying, and I thought there was something like this going on, but you're throwing away $100 million, like you said. He says the play is Luka can sign the qualifying offers, play the year out on the qualifying offer, then become an unrestricted free agent.
That gets you on another team.
Mm-hmm. But
that money's gone.
Yeah.
Like that money, like is gone.
The money's gone. And ask DeMarcus Cousins about $100 million, right? But he'd get a max
about $200 million.
You get a max 150 million, whatever it is, from a new team, right? Luka.
I don't think it's 150 because I think it's like what did De'Aaron like without all of the
I
hula
think
hoops?
His was 150.
I thought it was 160. Okay.
Yeah. Could get to 190 though.
Right. So, but that was 5 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because it's Sacramento,
right?
If it's a new team, it's 4. So you lose, the all NBA honors and everything that comes with that. Yeah. And then you lose a year of salary. So now you're you're down to what? Down to, boy, you're living in poverty here. You're at 5. You're at 5 at like 200 to now you're down at, roughly what, like 110, 120, somewhere around that 4 years.
Max, it's got to be like 125. You know what I mean?
I mean, if it's that important to you.
And 125 is still 125.
It's not 200.
It ain't 200 though.
I mean, we're talking $75 million, like a $75 million gap, like as if it's nothing.
This is not going to happen where Luka, in my opinion, where he signs some kind of qualifying offer.
He'd be the first.
Becomes a free agent. I don't think it happens, but
Luka want to be a trailblazer. He'd be the first. Nobody,
that bad, right? Like I can't imagine it being that bad for Luka, where he's like, I just want out of here by all means necessary.
So what was Mark Cuban like? What did Mark Cuban do yesterday? Like F Luka? Like F Luka, I'm firing Donnie Nelson. Like this, did what happened yesterday really come? And I know what the cliff notes that you just read from Mark Spears there. Okay, Luka's upset. Like how upset? Because the front office just said, alleged in the athletic column that was put out there yesterday or the day before, whichever it was, I think it was yesterday, that Luka's unhappy with this guy that Mark Cuban hired. He doesn't like him, and he's uneasy with the front office because of that guy's influence.
Right.
Oh, for real? Okay. No, we're gonna fire the general manager then.
To make him even more mad.
I was gonna say, but on the surface, it shows that the old gambling bro has even more influence.
Right. Somebody said,
I wish somebody sitting courtside with a laptop in their lap would tell me to calm down. I ain't mad at the way Luka reacted to that.
Right. Who are you, bro? Somebody said that, and confirm this for me or not. I don't know if I saw a tweet or something like that, but Valera Bob, whatever his name is, has like skull collector in his Twitter bio, like referring to, it was almost a play on like he'll get you, like he's the one that's running the show outside of Cuban out there after the Donnie Nelson firing. What's his name? Valera Bob? I don't know.
I ain't gonna try to spell it. I'm going to we're gonna turn the chat house loose on that assignment. He didn't strike me as a dude that have a Twitter account, but I guess that he does. It's really difficult. Maybe I've had a complete misunderstanding of the type of guy that Mark Cuban is. But this, like Mark Cuban having someone around who allegedly has that much influence, that surprises me.
My antenna's been up on Mark Cuban. I don't think he's that stupid or that bad or that egotistical with the Mavericks to do something like flex his muscles on Luka like that. But maybe I'm wrong. That would be crazy. But
that'll be an interesting.
Look here, I'm the little girl on the swing with that thing burning down in the background. If the Mavericks go down in flames, I'm that little girl swinging on the swing as the fire goes on behind me. I would love it.
So you're saying you won't be sad?
Hell no.
Gotcha.
You want to see me do a 180 on Luka? Have him not be on the Mavericks no more. I might go get a Luka jersey.
Jesse, cut it, save it, store it away. Chat house. You heard that. You heard that right there.
I'm telling you, a lot of my vitriol from Luka has to do with the fact that he's on the Mavericks.
But he doesn't whine the way that he does because he's on the Mavericks.
Yeah, no, he would still get roasted because of that. But it's the combination of the two. If he whined like that in the Garden, it happens.
I'm shout out to David here. Put that on the soundboard. I'm the little girl on the swing. That's funny. That's funny. I'm thinking more. I'm putting on the soundboard the Luka Doncic jersey. I'm getting a Luka Doncic jersey. That way, next time you fire off on him, when all of this settles down and he's a Dallas Maverick for the next 5 years, you got something to say. I'm about to hit. I'm gonna go get a Luka Doncic jersey.
And I'm gonna say the hell with Luka.
No context needed. It says crypto head collector. Crypto head collector.
Okay. Well, maybe that has nothing to do with nothing.
I
don't know why you'd be a crypto head.
I mean, he's tweeting about Bitcoin. He hasn't tweeted.
Heads are collecting with crypto though. I mean, that's not my arena though.
Yeah, I don't know what any of this means.
Is that what that means? I don't know.
I have no idea. He hasn't tweeted since June 13th. So he did not retweet the article about Donnie Nelson. So there you have it. Yeah, funny how that story was. Look, KC, it's only $109 at the NBA store right now. Go on, get it.
It says Mavericks on it, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, so no.
All right.
If it's at Knicks, sure. If it's at Kings, sure. If it said
your hate isn't really
Pelicans,
with Luka Doncic.
Sure.
It's with Dallas.
I don't like the way Luka cries. Okay. I really hate that. But I've said numerous times, if you guys are listening, Luka seems like a good enough guy. Like he seems like I mean, these little stories that are coming out, it's starting to raise my antennas. But he seemed like a cool dude. I just hate the way he cries and whines. That is insufferable. And he plays for the Mavericks.
Atlanta and Philly tonight. We got 2 games, by the way. In the midst of all of this, this is the one. Is this the one series that hasn't had any news come out about it today? Atlanta and Philly.
It's funny you say that though, but he's going to play. But I think Joel Embiid is officially listed as questionable.
Yeah,
which is kind of crazy because we all know he's going to play. But why isn't he probable? Why is he questionable? I don't know what's going on there. But I mean, that's a crazy story in itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's the latest. Is Atlanta the only? I'm sure someone on Atlanta is injured, but
Atlanta's the little girl on the swing.
For real. I mean, Utah got Donovan. LA, we know they got Kawhi. Philly's got Joel. Atlanta's the little girl on the swing. They're the superhero walking away from the building that's blowing up behind them. Like, what to do? Ain't nothing to see here. We trying to win a championship, and this series is tied at 2-2. Philly missed a golden opportunity to take a commanding lead in this one, and now it's going to be kind of similar. Like my attention yesterday, Casey, at the start of that game was James Harden.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking to see how James Harden was moving. I was looking to see if he was limping. I was looking to see how fast he was moving, how involved he was in the offense or how involved he wasn't in the offense, and how he was doing defensively. It shifted as the game went along to my eyes just went to Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching Joel tonight.
Mm.
Were we talking a fatigue issue? Were we talking a potential illness issue? Or were we talking Joel Embiid being in pain at the end of that game 4? Or really, shoot, it wasn't even the end of game 4. It was like for most of game 4. Yeah. What does he look like tonight? So as this game starts a little bit about an hour from now, that's who I'm zeroed in on, Joel, and how he's moving, because if he's moving anything like he was the other night, I don't know.
Tell me if my memory isn't serving me correctly here, but didn't Joel like kind of go off in the second quarter? Wasn't he like kind of
No.
killing?
No.
Like
he was like 4 of 20
in the second quarter, though, right?
I think he was 4 of 20 in the game.
I thought he played well in the second quarter. I could be wrong, but I thought he played well in the second quarter. But I say all
you
that
mean
to
like
say,
intangibles? Maybe he did. I just don't think that he did.
I say all that to say, it seemed like that was all he had left in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
What he did in the second quarter was all he had left in the tank, and he was just out of gas and could never get it back after that. And I would like, he had 11 in the second quarter. So 4.
How many did he have in the game? 17?
17. Yeah, he was 4-4. Hit a 3, 2 free throws. He had 11 in the second quarter. So he's playing pretty well. And it felt like that's all he had left that day. Maybe he didn't know that, but after halftime, he was done. He was 4-4. What'd you say? He had 6 total field goals on the night.
I thought he had 4. But
I
don't know.
Had 4.
Yeah.
That might have been all he had. But you're right. He was 4-20. He hit all 4 in that second quarter.
Well,
so
you're right. He went off in the second quarter.
that's all he had, and he was out of gas after that. Is it an injury? Is it fatigue? I'm kind of fascinated by this.
Yeah.
Now, you're looking at Joel, and so am I. I talked yesterday about Ben Simmons a lot. Obviously, I'm going to be looking at him. But there's another $30 million man on there that needs some eyes on him. He's not going to get stalled out. Tobias Harris. This is kind of what you're here for. If Joel is tired or hampered by injury, Ben Simmons isn't the guy that people want him to be or expected to be. You're getting paid like a max guy. You are getting paid as a max guy, as a top guy, to be there and make sure everything goes fine with the Sixers in these moments.
Mm-hmm.
Tobias, you got to step up tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You got to step up tonight. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm expecting 25 plus from Tobias tonight.
Meanwhile, Atlanta's like, yo, the momentum's in our favor. We won. We got that win in the last game.
Yeah.
We don't have guys keeled over, limping around looking like death like Joel did. No, we're good. And if we continue to run you, if we can get Bogey, because Trey, Bogey, they didn't shoot well.
No,
they had nice
right now. Bogey was 9 of 24 on the night.
I was going to say they had nice point totals, but efficiency wasn't there for either one of those guys. Let them be efficient.
Yeah.
Philly's in a world of hurt. They're going to have to come out and remember they were up in that game too, much like Milwaukee was last night.
Nope.
If they get up, they've got to put them away, because if there's any sense of Atlanta, they're not going to be concerned down double digits anymore.
No. And I think they have the confidence even going back as far as game 2.
Sure.
You know, when they were down big in that game and came all the way back to take the lead late in the third quarter. So
this series is 2-2. They should have all the confidence in the world.
Yes.
Because Philly's the top seed.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're 2-2 with the top seed. You've got to feel pretty comfortable about where you're at, especially since it looks like they were just they were leaving the hospital when they walked off the floor. Like that's what they look like, or they were headed to the hospital when they walked off the floor.
No Danny Green. Did Danny Green get hurt? He got hurt in game 3, so he wasn't there in game 4. But no Danny Green tonight. Calf strain. He's going to be out for a few weeks.
Yeah, there's probably no Danny Green moving forward. At least in this series, there's probably no Danny Green.
Talking about like what Mal Murray talked about with sprains. I mean, that's something that I learned with a strain. Strain is a tear.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got a strain in your calf. No, you tore your calf muscle. It's just not ripped completely, but you have a tear in your calf muscle. So, yeah, he's not going to be around for a while. So they're man, it really, when you sit up here and you talk about it and you break down all these teams, it really is a battle of attrition at this point. Who can survive to win the NBA championship? It's crazy. It's not how we like to see it. LeBron talked about it earlier today. We want to see the best playing the best, but it's really just a battle of who can stay the healthiest till the end.
If you missed LeBron, sorry, Casey, if you missed LeBron James' tweets that Kenny referenced there earlier, he said, quote, this is from 3 hours ago, "They all didn't want to listen to me about the start of the season. I knew exactly what would happen. I only wanted to protect the well-being of the players, which ultimately is the product and benefit of our game. These injuries aren't just a part of the game. It's the lack of pure rim rest. rest before starting back up. 8, possibly 9 All-Stars have missed playoff games, most in league history. This is the best time of year for our league and fans, but missing a ton of our favorite players, it's insane. If there's one person that know about the body and how it works all year round, it's me. I speak for the health of our players, and I hate to see this many injuries this time of year. Sorry, fans. Wish you guys were seeing all your favorite guys right now, and I know all about the business side too, so don't even try me. I get it. Prayers to the claw. So don't try LeBron James. He ain't here for it.
Okay. I mean, what he's saying isn't wrong. I understand. I agree. But
I feel like I constantly have to say this. I like LeBron. I love LeBron. I have tremendous respect for LeBron. And then I'm going to launch into a tirade about something he said or did. They all didn't want to listen to me at the start of the season. Or, excuse me, they all didn't want to listen to me about the start of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who's one of his best friends in the entire world?
Chris Paul.
President of the Players Association?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't get through to your man about, hey, maybe we take the L on the dollars and focus on guys staying healthy.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't. Why? Because the guys that the dollars are most important to aren't playing 40 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're playing 10. Their risk of injury is significantly lower than the 9 All-Stars that you referenced, the Kawhi Leonards, the Donovan Mitchells, the Mike Conleys, the Anthony Davises, the Kevin Durants, the James Harden. Kevin Durant isn't hurt. Kyrie Irving is. All of those different guys. Those are the guys who are susceptible to history. Not Kyle Guy, not Chimezie Metu. But those guys needed the season to start in December and not February or middle of January, if I remember right. I think it was before Christmas or MLK Day. I think those were the two conversations.
Yep.
It's tough. Like it's a difficult, like I understand what LeBron James is saying right there, but it's not just LeBron, it's not just Chris Paul. If you could have found a way to make sure that everybody was taken care of, the guys who are in the league but not in your tax bracket, that's important, man.
And this is a situation where I feel and where I kind of, because much like you, I like LeBron and I understand what he's saying in theory, but this is a situation where I don't think it's beneficial or fair or right to go trying to blame somebody for the season going the way it's gone, having to start it, because nothing was going to be perfect. Like you said, they had to start it there to make sure all the money was going to be there, or as much as possible was going to be there. Like you said, not for LeBron and Chris Paul, but for Kyle Guy, for Jamias Ramsey. You know what I mean? And that's just the sacrifice that was taken. You know what I mean? If the league had it their way, they would have no problem waiting and making sure. I believe Adam Silver and all those guys, if they were like, okay, we can wait and still get our full money and everything be good. Oh, you guys need another month? Cool. We're getting our full money. We're getting a full amount of games. Sure, let's wait. But that wasn't reality. There was some give and take. You either don't start now and lose money, or you start now and keep all your money. You had a decision to make. They made the decision to go with keeping all the money. This is a result of that. It's not perfect. So LeBron coming out saying, I told you guys, they didn't want to listen to me. Well, LeBron, come down. This isn't a situation where you're looking to blame somebody. These were the circumstances. This is what happened. It's unfortunate.
And was it only LeBron that raised this concern?
Oh, there we go. That's the other thing. What is there? 500 people. 499 were in favor of playing, and LeBron was like,
no. And let me tell you what: if anybody understands the human body, and the reason I read that line the way I did is because he capitalized me. If there's one person that know about the body and how it works all year round, it's me. And the reason I read it like that is because he capitalized me and put an exclamation point at the end. So you put an emphatic read on it.
Well,
It was 499 to 1, and I was the one. It was me, Austin. It was me all along.
Did I mention the day before or the before the game started that I said Kobe was going to score 70?
Oh my
Did I mention
God.
it?
I looked at my boys and I said, man, Kobe got that look in his eye. Are we putting this on the power rankings of LeBron James lies? Okay, no, this one doesn't qualify.
This one he didn't clarify.
He didn't definitively say it was just me.
Yeah.
Literally no one else. But we knew when there was pushback from December to January, we knew that it was LeBron. Because if it wasn't LeBron, everyone else would have been.
And look,
De'Aaron, sit down. Come on, youngster. This ain't for you. Let grown folks do this.
And also, did LeBron push to finish the season
last year?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
he did.
He did.
He did.
To finish the season.
He said he said he would feel if I could be wrong. I feel like he said I'd be incomplete if the season.
Yeah.
If
And
the season didn't conclude.
he wasn't worried about people who didn't want to be in the bubble, talking about their mental health and being away from their family and all this other stuff. And it's like Pat Bev said. Remember, Pat Bev said this early on, before there was even the bubble was finalized. So LeBron said we playing, then we playing. Simple as that.
Yep.
He's like, LeBron said we playing, then that's what we gonna do. We don't really have no choice. We got to deal with it. So, yeah. LeBron, come on, man. I don't even know if that tweet was necessary.
I'm excited for Space Jam, though.
That actually looks pretty damn good. More a lot better than I thought it might. Actually looks pretty good. His lineup is flawless in that movie as well. CGI was crazy.
Leave LeBron's lineup alone, man. If anybody understands a lineup, it's me.
No, if anybody understands a lineup, it's me.
Yes, Kenny very much does understand the lineup. The other game tonight, whoo, boy, this one feels a whole lot different.
This was one I was looking forward to the most.
Well,
man.
you can still look forward to it. It's in Utah. It's the Clippers and the Jazz. It's just not Kawhi.
Damn.
It's not Kawhi.
Well, Paul George.
Yeah, that's
What
it.
you
Hey,
got,
let's go.
man?
Let's go.
What you got? We talked about for the last 2 days about legacy defining moments and all this other stuff. And I'm not saying Paul George is Kevin Durant, but he's up there. He's a multi-time All-Star.
Mhm.
He's one of the stars in this league. And right now, his legacy is that of Pandemic P. And if he could find a way, he don't even have to win a championship. He don't even have to get to the NBA Finals. If he could find a way to close out this series, I feel like it would do so much for the legacy of Paul George.
Agreed. Oh, this is because legacy makers. All of these games, you've got to define your legacy in one moment. Kevin Durant had to do it last night. Hell, I completely agree with you though in this sense. Like Kevin Durant had a defining moment in his career, and I think it's so funny that we were trying to figure out what that moment was for him. Jordan, that we just had the anniversary of the shot. I think today is the anniversary of the Father's Day game, which that reminded me of The Last Dance. Seeing that clip with sound for the first time, man, I remember why that was uncomfortable. Like that's why those dudes who are cameramans and camera people, you got to get the shot at all costs. I don't know how that dude stood there. I'd have been like, hey. Should probably leave you alone.
Yeah,
I don't feel like I belong in here.
I think I would have exited stage left on that
Had
one.
seen it for so many years. I think we talked about VHS tapes. I had the VHS tape of that game.
Right.
Never heard the sound though, and man, that hit different. But Jordan has so many moments that you can line up and go definitive. That's Jordan. Kevin Durant, he had the 3 over LeBron. He had he had the injury, and that came to mind for me. But last night's game felt like, Kevin Durant is different. And that was huge for him. And Paul George could have that same thing. The interesting thing with Paul George, I don't know that it can necessarily happen tonight. It can be a big moment for him tonight. but it could be a game changer for him. Like the entire outlook of Paul George could change if they're able to get 2 more victories against the Utah Jazz. Because he's going to have to be the guy. Like he's going to have to be, he's played very well in this series. 20, probably close to 20 and a 10 average, maybe pretty close to it. He's going to have to hit that 30 mark like he did these last 2 games when him and Paul George did it, or excuse me, when him and Kawhi Leonard did it. He might have to flirt with 40.
And you know what, Damien? He's kind of done it before. We forget this is not necessarily uncharted territory for Paul George. We remember these last 3 or 4 postseasons, but when he was in Indiana, I mean, that was his team. He was having big performances in the playoffs. He was never able to get past LeBron and the Heat, but I mean, he was forcing them to Game 7, having these big games. I remember vividly. Now that not saying it was right or correct, but Sports Talk Radio. Is Paul George the best player in this series here with D Wade and LeBron? Like he was having moments like that. So it's not completely foreign to him. Let's see if he can turn back the clock a little bit.
I love hyperbole, man. Absolutely love hyperbole. This is a good roster. This is a very, very capable roster. But of course, spoiler alert, we're in the playoffs. Utah is really good too.
Yes, they are.
So this will be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how Donovan Mitchell feel. He obviously had 37 the other night. We got a couple of good games. Unfortunately, I feel like we're watching frustrating stories. You know what I mean? Like we got good games here, but we're watching. We both acknowledged Philadelphia and Atlanta. We're watching Joel. All right. We know Kawhi is out. We're watching to see how Los Angeles responds. And does Utah smell blood? Is Utah like, y'all are over like Vince Carter in the dunk contest? It's over. Yeah. And you can go put a wrap on this thing. You go up on them 3-2 in Utah. We know they can lose in Los Angeles. Ain't nothing. You know you could beat them in Los Angeles. So what happens
win
here?
Tonight and lose in Los Angeles?
That's true. They could.
I don't think that would surprise many people at all.
Yeah, they could, but it would be a huge boost of confidence for the Clippers to get one, feeling like they could end the series at home. Whether they actually do or not, obviously, that all remains to be seen. But it's a full night of the NBA, and it's been an eventful day for sure. Most of it took place before we even got on the air. Like it was just story after story.
Before we get, I never asked you, what time did all this start?
I remember Chris Paul. I could probably tell you exactly if I look at my notes here. I think Chris Paul was first, and that started. I hadn't left, maybe somewhere in the 6 a.m. hour.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it started
6 to 9. It was just unreal.
It started in the 6 a.m. hour, and then I think the Kawhi injury, the Kawhi's out Game 5 was next. And then the tweets regarding Kawhi kept progressively getting worse. It's like, okay, he's probably out a lot longer than Game 5. Shams tweeted he's out indefinitely. And then coaches started getting fired. The show was written. We were ready. We had it all planned for you. Hadn't taken a look at the keywords yet today, but everything was lined up. Then Stan Van got fired. It was like, okay, we've talked a lot about Stan Van Gundy, the New Orleans Pelicans. Is that a team that could get into the play-in situation, the postseason situation next year? They're right there with the Kings. Where are they? They made a mistake in their hire. David Griffin already knows it. Moving on. And then one that we thought was done obviously wasn't. And Scotty Brooks was out in Washington. And that was, I think all these were done. I think they were done by 10:30 because when we got on the call, they were all, when we get on a call every day at 10:30.
Yeah.
I think everything had happened by then. So this happened between.
The final Kawhi update had happened by around 10 something.
So this all happened between 6 and I wouldn't say 6 a.m., but in the 6 a.m. hour to 10:30.
And the NFL is just
furious. They've been trying to get Aaron Rodgers traded. They've been trying to get Deshaun Watson traded. They've been trying Schefter do something. So they tweeted out their COVID protocols. Like, oh, NFL released their protocols. Like, y'all should have just held on to this for another day because this ain't it. This ain't it. And we didn't even get to spend any time trashing Matt Nagy for saying Andy Dalton's going to be the starting quarterback and Justin Fields can't win the job. So everything that we didn't get to today, maybe we'll get to it tomorrow. God knows what's going to happen over the course of the next 20 hours or so, but whatever it is, we'll absolutely be here to cover it. Check us out, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hit the heart button on the Odyssey app if you listen in there, and make sure that you're back with us. We'll have 4 more chances for you to win $1,000. I promise none of the words are offensive. I already looked. See you tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Can I tell you something that I noticed during the while we were talking, and it took everything I had to not say something?
Mm-hmm.
The 4 words that we had today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say them in a different order.
Mm-hmm.
Band and concert. Say the other 2.
Band, concert, master, race.
Band and concert, master and race. I just looked over here at this sheet that I used, and it's like,
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy.
what the fuck?
You've
got to be kidding me. And I'm like, that's why if you saw on the stream, I'm looking at, and like, I'm like,
think about it like that. That's crazy.
What? I'm going to find out who did this. I swear to you, I'm going to find out who picked these words.
That's crazy.
Band, concert.
Wow.
Donnie sent us a video. I think we could. Oh, I'm going to see if I can get this on the stream for everybody. Yeah. Hang on, y'all. I got you. Hang on. Let's go here. Yeah, I know, John. I know. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's go. Banners, brand. Let's go. Videos. Where are we at? We got the bumper. 1 second, guys. I just gotta find. Here we go. Oh, hang on.
This is real. I gotta get something from the Sackers Dope collection.
Yeah, me too. It's not working for some reason. I might have to change the. Oh, I think I do. I have to change the. I have to change the format. Oh, sorry guys. I'll get it next time. We'll play it for you tomorrow. It's a Bo Jackson video for his new collection.
That's
pretty dope.
Damn cool. That is pretty damn cool.
Oh man, yeah, for real. Yeah, Coach Molly just tuning in, wondering what the hell's going on.
Coach Molly, you missed a crazy day.
This contest just made a heel turn. Yep, sure did.
Oh man.
Hey, the words were randomly generated. Okay. Right. Well, you tuned in on a good day, Ron. We got you, buddy.
The master is such a random word. I could come up with 100 words literally before I thought of the word master. It is so random, but maybe not, right?
All right.
That's a name I hadn't heard in a while, John. I hadn't heard from that guy in a while.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that flustered me a little bit. It threw me off. Threw me off. Got some new subscribers though. Say I must have taken notes on the wrong words because I don't feel like these are the words that I have are right. What's the first word tomorrow? Okay, got it. I think I have those. Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, y'all keep them thumbs up, man. We appreciate it. That's good stuff, man. Thank you. I just happen to be looking right now and see those thumbs up are coming in. Let's get moving. Sorry, I'm just a little thrown off by some of that. Just noticing that that threw me off. Just a quick reminder: tomorrow, like show ends, I'm gone. I gotta bolt out. I got 30 minutes to get to Roseville.
Moves being made.
I hope so, man. I hope so. But we love y'all. And thanks for hanging out today. And, we will don't hit the salute yet. I always forget I got to take that bar down. I got to take the bar down. No Deuce and Mo tomorrow, by the way. I don't know if we've said that on the air. No Deuce and Mo tomorrow. They're on vacation. They'll be back. I think next week. I might have read Morgan's message to me wrong, but I think they're back next week. All right. See y'all tomorrow.